Now, if you aren't one of my subscribers, you should know right off the bat, this is not the type of content that I make. My channel doesn't revolve around exposing people or creating drama, so I know when drama happens, people tend to subscribe because they want to stick around for that drama, and I'm letting you know right now, you're not gonna get much more of it.
Literally, her entire channel is exposing people and creating drama. She exposed her fiance by name.
At first I was scared to say his real name because every time you see a storytime video, people change their names, but legally he can't sue me. Everything in this story is 100% true. So his name was Jonathan. And if you're watching this, fuck you. I hated school so much, and it sucks because since I hated the social part of school, it actually fucked up my educational part. Not that Ferguson Senior High School in Miami, Florida was teaching me a whole lot. Shout out to you, Ferguson. I couldn't relate to anyone in my grade. I hated the administration. Oh, I'm gonna call out some motherfuckers in this video. I hope you're watching, Mr. Zabala. It's funny because I actually know a lot of people from Ferguson watch my videos, including some people who still go to Ferguson, so if Mr. Zabala's still there, tell him to find the nearest fattest dick and suck it dry. Every comment that I'm about to read you came out of the mouth of someone who used to be my administrator, used to be someone in my school who had authority, is someone in another school that has authority right now. Let's get started, shall we? This was his first comment. He said, "Hi dear, it's nice to be remembered so fondly." Go fuck yourself. If you're going to mention me, at least spell my name correctly. Z-A-B-A-L-A. Thank you. Now when I spell it in the fucking title for hundreds of thousands of people to see, I'll make sure I get it just right.
She spoke about our friend. Oh, she called him L, but it was the Viner she dated.
The guy that I was talking about in the story behind Bitch Please video, I said in that video that I dated his best friend. And this guy is his best friend. I gave him my Vine password and username. I know. And he didn't even hesitate, okay? Didn't even hesitate to take my Vine username and password, and he revined himself 8 times that night alone. And then he revined himself I don't know how many times after that. So he lived in Tallahassee. I made 2 trips to Tallahassee. One was by bus and the second I drove. Did he ever visit me in Miami? Absolutely not. Now this story is about a guy named L. L was an up-and-coming Viner. Now he's a little bit more big. I think he has over 1 million followers. He has a girlfriend now, and his girlfriend now totally makes sense for him. Like look-wise, like everything just like they fit together very nicely. Like him and I never had that. We were just complete opposites. To me, he was my type because he was short and Hispanic. So here's the backstory, okay? He lives in Tallahassee. Now L lives in Tallahassee. By that, you're probably gonna know who he is. I don't care, okay? We're going on with the story. I went to visit him twice. He never came to visit me in Miami. If you watched my dating famous Viners video, he was the guy that had my Vine password and revined himself a lot. This story includes a Viner, so you know it's gonna be like sloppy, messy, and annoying. The last time that I was talking about this Viner, you guys figured out who it was. Of course you went on his Instagram, you tweeted him. Basically, you guys just did the exact opposite of what I asked you to do, but I can't even get mad because like I know you guys aren't trying to be mean or annoying. You just like the drama. You guys figured out who this was, so I am sure that you're gonna figure it out again. And I don't really care because this person is just mean for no reason. You threatened to sue me.
No, that was after like that story that like everybody just came to attack me and like they didn't really.
As they fucking should have. He grabs my phone from my hands, opens Instagram stories, and makes this video.
If you want to, you can say that you're on a Tinder date right now with this guy right here. How's it going? Is it going well?
And then he posted that video, fucking publicly. And at one point, when I was looking at the views, he grabbed my phone again and he made this video.
Hey, when your date pulls out gum, is that a good sign that he pulled out gum? Like, is that a good sign for me? Or what's your thought?
Later on, I went to Lily's house and I was sitting there and I went on my Twitter and I saw a tweet from Steven. And it said, "Hey, Jessi Smiles, heard I'm gonna be in an upcoming story time, hashtag Tinder date." I think it was 3 nights ago that I went on this date. And I know a few of you saw that I had followed him that night and you guys put 2 and 2 together, which my goodness, you guys really are CSI agents. If you are one of the few people that were on Instagram that night, I'm sorry, I don't think I'm some famous person, but I do have 410,000 Instagram followers. What do you think you're doing just posting shit on my account? If you are one of the few people that were on Instagram that night and you saw his face and you know who this person is, please, if you love me, you will not tell anyone who this person is. I'm pretty sure he'll just love it if you do, and I don't want to give that to him because he was fucking awful and he doesn't deserve any of my followers to go over to him. But if you know who he is, please, for the love of God, if you love me, do not say who he is. This is what he wants. That's why he publicly tweeted that I was gonna make a story about him. He's fucking eating this shit up, okay? This is what he wanted. the last time that I was talking about this Viner, you guys figured out who it was. Of course you went on his Instagram, you tweeted him, but I can't even get mad because like I know you guys aren't trying to be mean or annoying. You just like the drama. You guys figured out who this was, so I am sure that you're gonna figure it out again. And I don't really care because this person is just mean for no reason.
After like that story that like everybody just came to attack me and like they didn't really.
As they fucking should have. Normally I'll drop little hints so that you guys can find out who it is because I know you guys love that shit. I'm probably gonna get a lot of shit for this, but whatever. I just strongly dislike when YouTubers say, "Welcome back to my channel."
She literally mocked and harassed this woman. She calls her Judy. This girl just wanted to be her friend and she literally fucking harassed her, and then she made a video mocking her mental illness, and then the girl had a mental breakdown on Vine, and then they made more videos, Jessi and Jen, making fun of this woman. Like literally pushing her to the brink of insanity and just mocking her and making into her meme. Like Judy no is literally one of Jessi's catchphrases with her fans, and it's literally mocking a woman, like a mentally ill woman, and harassing her online and humiliating her publicly.
You guys figured out who the psycho lady was, and honestly, like, that's scary because she saw it and she made vines about it and she scares me. My psycho lady story time was about a lady named Judy. That's right, I'm still hiding her identity because I am not an awful person. Yes, everyone is gonna be commenting with who she is because everyone already figured it out. Now here's the thing, Judy's not a big person on the internet. She has around 100 followers and she's not a big person on the internet. When I made my ban from Uber story time, I mentioned that you guys had figured out who Judy was, and I didn't realize that that would actually make the matter worse. I kind of just was like, oh, they already figured out who it was, and I just mentioned it. I just made that comment like nothing, and at least 100 of you went on her page that night. Most of the comments were Judy no, which again, I think is hilarious. It's not bullying, it's not stalking, it's just like, oh, this is a funny line. She was owning up to being Judy anyway, so I didn't see a problem with that. In the beginning, she acted like she loved the attention. She's like, haha, yeah, the story was funny, this and that. And then throughout the month, she started getting more angry. It was no longer a ha ha ha, I love this. It was like, I'm being stalked. And then she started fighting with my fans. Normally when I make videos about someone and I don't put their name, I'll put one little hint in there for like people to find out who it is because I don't give a fuck.
Cool, Jess. You're not centered around drama.
And if you follow me on Twitter, self-promo, hello, you'll know that I've gone on various rants about people online or Viners or things like that because I was very hurt by them. Whether they meant to hurt me or not, that's not part of the discussion. It's just what I believed at that time.
Literally, one of her videos that she talked about me in is people I hate. And then she has one that's like, YouTubers I hate.
Even though I am naming 2 of the people that I'm referring to in this video, but that's just because they suck. Like extra bad. And also they already know that I don't like them because I've said it on Twitter and other places like 1,000 times. Logan Paul is just a mean dude. I've said in another video that I really dislike Logan Paul. I might have said hate, which, you know, sure, let's use hate. But really, he's just an asshole. Moving on, I'm gonna be talking about Lele Pons and my experiences with her because she is just a weird cookie. Like seriously, she's just very weird. If you ever met her one-on-one, you would realize how absolutely bizarre she is. She always just talks like so strange. I don't know. Anyway, those are just some stories of rude YouTubers that I've met. Kinda spilled some tea, I do realize, but honestly, I'm sick and tired of being a person that doesn't want to say anything because I don't want to start any drama. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. Like, you know what? These things happen and these people were rude to me and I'm just gonna talk about it because I can. Okay, so I'm gonna give you some brief backstory to kind of lead up to all of it. Gabbie recently got into drama, whatever, with Trisha Paytas. And Trisha Paytas is someone that, honestly, I consider a troll. I consider her someone that is almost never like being serious. And also she has problems with like literally almost everyone. So when I saw the title of her video that said, "Why I Don't Trust Gabbie Hanna," I was like, okay, what are you talking about, Trisha? Like, are you just trolling again? Basically what happened was that Gabbie had texted Trisha's ex, Jason Nash, when Trisha and Jason first started dating. Gabbie figured out that they were dating and she texted Jason Nash and told him that Trisha had herpes, which Trisha does not have. When I saw Trisha's video, I tweeted something cryptic. Okay, sure, it's petty of me, it was dumb. I put one cryptic tweet that I deleted hours later that I didn't even mention you or at you or anything. What did I do? I posted one tweet that didn't have your name in it. I didn't post Deanna's tweet. Deanna posted her tweet. But what is relevant and what I feel I do need to bring up is that Gabbie has crossed the line completely. And this is a part of the messages where I decided I was gonna make a video on it, where I decided that this is so far beyond crossing a line. Like, she's already crossed lines in these messages for sure. But this was the part where I was like, no, that's it. I don't know the behind the scenes, how many other fans you've contacted, how many other lines you've crossed. You're in a fan's fucking messages and you're telling them my private shit. I would never do that. I would never do that.
That video was about a conversation that I had with a fan. And while I obviously recognize that that conversation shouldn't have happened, it was incredibly inappropriate and obviously is very embarrassing. I have no excuse for having a conversation with this fan other than I was hurt, I was angry, I was stressed about everything else going on, and I just wanted to let off steam. And obviously now I wish I could take it back. I've apologized to publicly, I've apologized to Jessi publicly for these DMs, and it's humiliating. It's so embarrassing, and it's something that I have to live with forever. It's something I wish I could take back. It's something I wish that was never public and was never meant to be public. It was a one-on-one conversation I had with somebody in a moment of stupidity and weakness and anger and sadness. I just took it way too far, and for that I'm really sorry and really embarrassed.
I take a lot of fans out to lunch and stuff.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but sometimes it's real weird. Usually through Twitter or Facebook or like something where I notice like, oh, this fan's like a very
like
engaging.
engaged.
Yeah. And then we'll just start talking. And then if they're ever in LA or something, I'm like, let's just like go out or meet at a mall or something, you know? So one time I picked up this this guy and we went to lunch. And I shit you not, we did not have one word to say the entire time. Well, I did. Because I do this thing when I'm nervous, I just start spilling things. So I started telling this person, I was like, hey, like, so I'm not friends with this person anymore because of this, and I'm dating this person, and I've done that a few times.
Just a nervous mouth?
Yes, a nervous mouth. I had fucking diarrhea everywhere. The girl did not ask for this. This was not something that she was like, hey, so provide me with more information on what Jessi's like. This guy was just looking at me like, okay, why are you telling me anything? Like, he had nothing to contribute to the conversation whatsoever.
Jessi, but you also talk about people to fans, so like you do it too.
Gabbie, but you're literally taking one thing in a video and putting this picture in your head that I have shared everything you've ever told me, and that
No, I didn't say that, Jessi. No, I didn't.
I don't know the behind the scenes, how many other fans you've contacted, how many other lines you've crossed.
Yeah, what I'm saying in your video, I mean, you said it in your Twitter today, and Lily called you out and was like, that is not her saying like your name. And then you go and
but what I said was, but the hypocrisy is astronomical, because she said the purpose of making this video was because I talked about personal information to a fan, and you do the same thing. Whether that was about me or not, you still said that you did that a few times, is what you said. So like, why are you able to take fans to dinner and say why you're not friends with this person anymore? But if I DM somebody
you don't know what I said, or if I made it up for the video. You don't know. You know.
Why would you make that up for the video? Did you make it up for the video?
First of all, it's a fucking video.
Did you make it up?
What is it? Like, I'm literally, this is not an interrogation, and we will end the conversation, and I don't want to get there. So I'm literally just telling you, the one thing I know for sure.
You're getting defensive because I'm asking you questions. Answer the questions I'm asking instead of getting defensive. Did you make it up for the video, or did you take fans on dates and like talk shit?
No, Gabbie, I didn't take fans on dates and talk shit.
So
is that what you want to hear?
You didn't.
That is the truth.
So you didn't talk shit to fans.
I have been to lunch with fans. First of all, if you knew anything, you would know that that situation didn't even involve a boy. I was not even being trigger about the gender. Okay, you don't know if I just said that to make the fucking video more interesting. I was sitting with and we're trying to come up with stories of awkward fan encounters. That's why I got the prom one in, and I just started fucking saying shit. And you're saying it as a proof,
because it feels like a really weird thing to just randomly say, and it feels like because there's no proof that you actually spoke about me. And I will tell you this: there is a fan who came forward, who is a friend with one of my fans who went to lunch with you before, who has provided information. So like that is out there.
Gabbie, I'm going to tell you this right now, okay? And hear me very loud and clear.
Okay.
I have never in my life, and I want you to know this, because this is very important to know. And if I was ever going to address this situation again, it's very important to make this distinction. There's a difference between you saying in your messages with Deanna, I'm not friends with Jessi anymore. She told this one girl of whatever Justin Bieber thing you just told me, right? That's a different thing. And then me saying, by the way, look at her messages. This is pretty crazy. Look at her messages. By the way, did you know she was on this medication? She called me and apologized when she was on this medication. And also, let's talk about her rapist and how he called me and this and that.
I didn't, but that's actually literally not what happened.
But Gabbie just jumps like straight into, okay, it's time to discredit Jessi. It's time to make Jessi look like a bad guy so that I can get this girl to realize that Jessi's a liar, that Jessi's crazy, and that I'm right. You've had crazy bitch moments, but I'm like, oh, put her in a psych ward. I guess her point of trying to show this is being like, you see, like Jessi's mad now and she has no right to be because we spoke months ago. This just bothers me because she's trying to belittle the fact that I ever reached out to her to see if she ever had work that I need. In her eyes, I get where she's coming from because Gabbie thinks it's like, oh, hilarious. She wants a job from me and trying to ruin my career. Haha, peasant.
And she asked me for a job. A job. And no, that's not to shame her for wanting a job. My point is, this isn't how you talk to somebody who's so scary, who you hate so much. This is how you talk to somebody who you want something from. If I was so afraid of somebody because they hurt me so bad and they were so evil, I wouldn't ask them to edit for them. There's a billion other YouTubers to ask to edit for. There's a billion other jobs outside of editing. You don't need a job from me so desperately that you would work for somebody that makes you physically ill because they're so scary.
Number one, you lied. He didn't call you. You hung out with Curtis's friends. Curtis was there. This is what you told me. He pulled you to the side and he told you that. He told you, I'm so sorry I was mean to you. I can't believe what Jessi did to you, trying to get on your side. That part's true, but it happened in person. And the reason why I remember it happened in person is because you told me, or this was after we had stopped being friends. But even though we had stopped being friends, one of the things that I believe you never do, even if you hate someone now, is hang out with their rapist and his friends. So I was hurt and I told Gabbie, Gabbie, this is fucked up. Like, I'm really hurt. Some of you know and some of you don't know that me and Gabbie have done story times on each other. We have not said each other's name. We've tried to cover it up by being like, you'll never guess who this person is. But point is, we've done stories on each other. And I just want to compare to you the beginning of her videos and how she describes me versus the beginning of my videos about her and how I describe her. I just want to put those two and two together, and I'll let you see how we talk about each other. Here it is.
I also want to say that I haven't been friends with this person for years. This happened so far in the past and I have no bad blood with this person whatsoever. I wish her nothing but the best. And from what I see, she's having a great life and she's doing her thing and she's very happy and I am very happy for her. I don't really know her anymore, but I'm sure she's grown up a ton and so have I. Now, I have admitted in the past that I myself have had some crazy bitch moments, but there is a huge astronomical difference between having crazy bitch moments and being a crazy bitch. Honestly, looking back at my time with this person, I do look at it with fondness because we did have a lot of fun together and she did mean a lot to me at the time. But sometimes it's hard to believe now, here where I am in my life, that I ever put up with this type of behavior, the amount of stories that I have. But that's kind of my issue that I learned about myself thanks to a year of therapy, is I seek out like emotionally unstable, neurotic people and I try to fix them. Even if I'm not trying to fix them, it's like I feel like I need to support them and be there for them. So like I said, I have a lot of stories about this friend in particular, but I think that this is the first one where I was like, oh, you're psychotic.
And this is how I introduced the situation about her. And I saw an email that apparently was sent to me while I did not have access, and it was from someone that I used to be friends with way back in the day. Well, I mean, I guess not way back in the day, but pretty back in the day. I wasn't friends with them when I was like in fucking kindergarten, but you get the picture. So I read this email, and in this email, this person mentioned this thing that I'm about to tell you guys about. And they mentioned it in a way that made it seem like they were still like really angry about it, and I was just thinking to myself like, what the fuck are they talking about? I'm gonna tell you how this situation happened, obviously through my perspective. I can't tell you how they saw it, and I want you guys to be honest with me. Tell me if I'm in the wrong here. Maybe I just don't understand or don't see why I was wrong in this situation, but I need you guys to tell me. So a bit of a difference there, a bit of a difference in respect. It's something that's frustrating to me. It's something that if she really did look back at our friendship with fondness, where is the respect in any regard? You can't even fake respect for a video. Gabbie has and always will paint me as someone who is crazy. I am the liar. I am the attention wanter. You can see what she wants people to feel about me. What she's always, this is years ago that she posted, 2 years ago she posted the story time. She's always wanted people to see me like this. I put one cryptic tweet that I deleted hours later that I didn't even mention you or at you or anything. What did I do? I posted one tweet that didn't have your name in it.
It did not matter to me if you said, oh, it's about a YouTuber you don't know. We always do that. It doesn't matter. Like, if I do a video about someone, I'm going to be like, oh, this is a guy I dated. You're not going to know who it is.
Normally I'll drop little hints so that you guys can find out who it is because I know you guys love that shit. Normally when I make videos about someone and I don't put their name, I'll put one little hint in there for like people to find out who it is because I don't give a fuck. I put one cryptic tweet that I deleted hours later that I didn't even mention you or at you or anything. What did I do? I posted one tweet that didn't have your name in it.
But before I start, I have to say, you have literally no idea who it's about. I promise. Don't try to speculate in the comments because I know you guys love to do it because you'll never guess. You just don't know her. She is a stranger to you. And I'm not trying to get some drama started with some YouTuber that you guys decided it was because it wasn't.
You've had crazy bitch moments, but I'm like, oh, put her in a psych ward. None of this was necessary. Calling me a psycho. I have been wanting to do this for over like 2 years now. And don't get me wrong, okay? I have seen some shit in these 4 years that I've been doing the internet. The people of the internet are so, they're fucked up in the head. Like, it's so weird to me that you would bring up someone else's medication that they talk to you about in private, which, no, I'm not ashamed of it. I've mentioned online like 5 years ago that I was on antidepressants. I don't talk about it anymore, not because I'm ashamed or whatever, I just don't talk about it. So for you to feel like that's okay to share with someone is so fucked. So I was basically pushed by my father to go see a psychologist. I told him that I would go see a psychologist, but by no means did I want to take medicine. A quick background update with me and medicine for mental illnesses. I was misdiagnosed when I was 15 years old. They diagnosed me as bipolar with a bunch of other things. They prescribed me Abilify when I was 15. For those of you that don't know, Abilify is used to treat people with bipolar disorder, which I did not and still do not have. It made me go crazy. It made my muscles start spazzing out. It made me have suicidal thoughts. It was just completely the wrong medication. So that left a bad taste in my mouth, and that's why I'm doing this video, because currently I am on medication and I probably will be for a very long time. But I felt the need to really be honest with you guys about medication and what it's done for me. My psychologist explained to me that it's very important to have a good psychiatrist, one that actually cares, one that knows what they're doing. I used to think that all psychiatrists were the same. Like, you just go, you're gonna shove medicine down my throat, and then that's it. Once she directed me to the psychiatrist that she works with, I realized how false that was. It has been 3 months since I've been seeing this psychiatrist and I have not yet gotten a prescription. We've been trying out samples of a medication, and every 3 weeks I go in and we really analyze and adjust my dose, and he asks me all these questions. Really, this guy just worked with me to make sure that this medication was perfect. I have been on 15 milligrams of this medication called Brintellix, which is a medicine that's 2 years old. It is an antidepressant that also helps with anxiety, and I cannot express how amazing I feel. I got lucky, and the first medication that I tried was the one that is perfect for me. I don't know if I'll be on this medication for the rest of my life, but to be honest, my quality of life before this medication was so poor. So if anything that I've said resonates with you, I really just encourage you to educate yourself on medication. There are risks to every medication. I am not denying that. But in my case, the risks, oh my God, I shit on the risks. Ever since I can remember, I have just had painful anxiety, crippling anxiety for no reason. And then I got medicated at around like 22 years old, I would say, and I was only medicated for a few months. I was very open with you guys about that back then, and I told you that I was medicated, that it was helping me a lot. And then I got off of it because, like a lot of people with depression and anxiety do, you feel like, oh, it's cured, so I don't need this medication anymore. I've mentioned online like 5 years ago that I was on antidepressants. I don't talk about it anymore. Not because I'm ashamed or whatever, I just don't talk about it. I was very open with you guys about that back then, and I told you that I was medicated, that it was helping me a lot. And then I got off of it. She also did this whole act, like how she said in those messages, I love my life, all of that, in her Instagram stories. And to me, it's so insane because just in October of 2019, she posted this tweet that says, people with good intentions don't need to remind you all the time they have good intentions. People with good hearts don't need to remind you they have good hearts. Honest people don't need to convince you they're honest. The loudest people usually have the most to hide. The irony is insane. I can't believe she doesn't see that. Like just 1 month ago, you were saying that, and now you are constantly telling people how kind you are, how honest you are. And I'm only gonna bring up the parts that are relevant to this situation.
In her Instagram story, she said things like, I'm a kind person. I know I'm a kind person. I thought that this was true. All I wanted to do was protect my friend. Like, she really pushes the narrative of, I'm a good person. I'm an amazing person. If you're actually a good person, you never actually have to tell people that you're a good person because they'll just know. And if people don't know that you're a good person, chances are you're just not.
You know what? I'm nothing if not honest. When the internet was saying that I was like insincere and a liar, it just couldn't be further from who I am.
There's so much that people say where I'm like, I could see how you could get that from Gabbie. But there's not one time ever that you have been anything but honest.
Yeah.
Almost to a fault.
No, to a fault. My honesty is very much to a fault, to where it's like, I can't even lie to be pleasant.
You're in a fan's messages trying to convince her that I suck, that I lie, that she shouldn't believe me, and that what she thinks happened never happened. Like, it's so bizarre to me. I wanted to include this so that you guys can stop and read the entire conversation if you have the time. She literally told me that Jessi would log in and tweet from Jen's account so she could hide behind her. And now she's tweeting that Jessi was so scared of me she had to tweet from my account. So what she's referring to, this is such a convoluted story, but basically that's true. There were times when I would want to say something and I just felt like I couldn't. I felt like it would be too much drama. I felt like I would be bringing up too much if it was on my account. And so Jen would be like, just tweet on my account. I would do it, and I shit you not, ask Jen, 2 minutes later it was deleted. It was like a diary. It was like a diary that I just needed to like word vomit, and then I would delete it. And then she says, yeah, she's so friendly to me, pretends to be sorry and smiles in my face, then does shit like this when I'm in trouble. You're implying something, like when you're saying then does shit like this. What did I do? I am so sorry that this is my first video back after like 4 months of not posting on this channel. Okay, so some people are asking about Gabbie, and listen, let this be the last time that I address any of this. But to answer the most asked questions, no, she did not reach out to me. We have not spoken at all since my video. We have not made any contact, and I did not expect that at all from her. Like, I didn't expect her to respond to me privately, especially because I made it public. Like, I came out publicly, so I did not expect like a private anything, no private conversation, whatever.
I wasn't going to respond to it publicly, but when I saw the tweet, I went to text Jessi, and that's actually the first time I saw that my last text message never sent to her, and that was when I realized that she had blocked me, and I don't know when she blocked me. So I'd like to take a moment to speak to Jessi directly. I'm doing this publicly because you have me blocked, and I don't think that it's appropriate for me to reach out to you privately given that circumstance.
But I think what most people don't realize, basically that was my boiling point. That was not me trying to get clout. I mean, bitch, I never post. How many times do I have to say that? I don't care about clout. I don't care about anything like that. Like, I literally didn't know what else to do. It had been years of things piling up on each other and me not standing up for myself in a way that I felt justified myself. Like, that gave me what I deserve, which is to stand in my fucking place and be like, no, this isn't how you treat me. So that was not an isolated incident that I was like, ooh, let me take it to the internet, see what happens. No. That was the last piece of turd on the pile of shit that had been piling up for years.
As far as I knew and what I've known is Jessi and I have been in a really good place for years. I congratulated her publicly on her wedding. She responded publicly, and we've had a lot of conversations over the years with no problems. I do want to show, because I think it's important, what our relationship has been for the last 3 years. Regardless, I'm glad we're in a place where we can speak civilly and not freak out on each other. We've come a long way.
It's irresponsible. It's just an irresponsible way to deliver information. Again, Gabbie's very irresponsible with how she distributes information. I'm scared of the way that you deliver information in such an irresponsible, unempathetic, horrible way.
I have never collabed with Jessi's rapist. If you ask me to collab, I'm not gonna tell you to fuck off because you blackmailed me. I would have never collabed with Curtis, even if I fucking wanted to. Like, how dumb would I have to be to collab with Curtis, considering there were already rumors out there that Jessi was telling people that I ditched her to collab with her rapist, and that people were saying that I collabed with my best friend's rapist, and that's why Jessi and I were no longer friends. I've never, ever publicly defended Jessi's rapist. In fact, one time I was at an event, an influencer event, and he happened to be there, and he tried to take a Snapchat selfie with me, and I told him to delete it right now because I did not want to be associated with him. I have zero association with Curtis Lepore. I think I only saw him like 2 or 3 times. One was at an event in Hollywood. That's where he was like, hey, Gabbie show, can I get a pic? And took those pictures. And then afterwards, the same night, everybody from the event went to the diner across the street, and then he was taking pictures of Zayn and I, like implying that he was there with us.
Tweets that people like is not like cold hard evidence, Gabbie. It's just what people do on Twitter.
all the responses are, you know, this girl is a rape apologist and she defended, she left her best friend for her best friend's rapist. Videos that say I am a rape apologist.
Which is not true.
People really think I'm a rape apologist. Literal disprovable slander. You know, this girl is a rape apologist and she defended, she left her best friend for her best friend's rapist. Like, literal disprovable slander.
Gabbie Hanna claims that she never supported him publicly, where she says things like, I'm so honoured every time someone tags me with like at Curtis Laporte or King Batch, because clearly they're deluded into thinking I'm on their level. He was arrested at the end of 2013, I'm pretty sure, and there are tweets from December 2013. Gabbie was still friends with Jessi between 2014 and 2015, as all the videos they uploaded together were uploaded around 2014. And she claimed in one conversation with a fan that by 2014 she wasn't even friends with Jessi anymore. So here's another lie if you needed to know that Gabbie is a liar, essentially, because she is. Oh yeah, right here she says, Jessi and I weren't friends when the allegations went down, when clearly it's been proven that they were friends in 2014 and 2015. And the allegations went down end of 2013, beginning of 2014. So I'm just not sure how you can try and lie like that when the evidence is all on the internet.
I did know the accusations about Curtis Laporte and all of that happened with Jessi. I cannot recount all the details. I don't remember the time frame. It's been a really long time ago. But I was able to go back through the internet and I was able to see that Curtis was like accused of this that happened with Jessi back in October of 2013. I did see a tweet between Gabbie and somebody named Chris, where she tweeted to Chris Coops, who tagged her in something that's now deleted, and said, at Chris Coops, King Bach, Curtis Laporte, at me Radoon. Wow, thanks, you're awesome, man, and thanks for including me with these guys. Crazy honored. Now I just want to say that if this is in December of 2013, this would have been literally 2 months after Curtis was accused of what happened with Jessi. I would be repulsed by even being remotely associated with Curtis Laporte now or then, and Gabbie tweeted back to a tweet with him in it. That's in no way Gabbie like defending him, but it does to me in some way seem like she was like glad that she was included in this whole lineup. Like, she shouldn't even responded to this. This is a bad look. Gabbie said, my only tweet to him referring to Curtis Laporte was in 2013, 4 months before TMZ broke the story. At that time, I had no way of knowing what was going on. Her and I had not met yet, she's referring to Jessi, and I wasn't friends with any of his friends. I heard the news with everyone else. And then there's another part of this statement where she says, I've looked on the internet and I can't find anything, so it must not be there. Where's this proof that you speak of, Gabbie? You are a known tweet deleter. We've already like confirmed in like so many different drama videos as well as on Twitter that you have replied to Curtis Laporte. Period. Like, there's no getting around that. It's been addressed. You have replied to Curtis Lepore on one of his selfies. You replied to him after the fact, knowing what happened between him and Jessi, saying that you were honored to be like in the same group of people as him. So that in and of itself is a lie. Gabbie said, my only tweet to him referring to Curtis Lepore was in 2013, 4 months before TMZ broke the story. At that time, I had no way of knowing what was going on. Her and I had not met yet, she's referring to Jessi, and I wasn't friends with any of his friends. I heard the news with everyone else. You replied to him after the fact, knowing what happened between him and Jessi, saying that you were honored to be like in the same group of people as him. Now, I just want to say that if this is in December of 2013, this would have been literally 2 months after Curtis was accused of what happened with Jessi. At that time, I had no way of knowing what was going on. Her and I had not met yet, she's referring to Jessi, and I wasn't friends with any of his friends. I heard the news with everyone else. You replied to him saying that you were honored to be like in the same group of people as him, knowing what happened between him and Jessi.
You're gonna see that Gabbie Hanna would like to tell people that she has not publicly supported Curtis Lepore after this whole entire thing happened with the rape allegations. But as people on Twitter are very good at, they are able to pull up tweets from years ago, literally, and Curtis Lepore was arrested in October of 2013, and people started to dig up tweets from December of 2013 of Gabbie Hanna throwing her support for Curtis Lepore, King Bach, and a few other people. You know what's also disgusting? Siding with someone's rapist. That is a very disgusting thing to do, and then lying about it at the end of the day, trying to say that you have not ever publicly supported this person, but you literally publicly supported them 2 months after his arrest.
She's in the messages with Deanna being like, show me the tweets where I interact with him. Show me the tweets where I said I support him, because that's not true. I never collabed with him. We never were in pictures together. Somebody went through and found her old tweets and found deleted tweets that Gabbie sent to her attacker, supporting him. I'll put them up on the screen. Supporting him. I think she was honored to be put in the same category as him and a bunch of his friends. And this was from after he was literally taken to jail for doing this attack. This wasn't before, so she couldn't have been unaware that this had happened. It was a month after he was arrested for doing this. She's tweeting being like, I'm so honored to be in the same category as him. So she was supporting him. She was. There are tweets to prove it, Gabbie. I know you want to sit there and pretend like there aren't, but there are. And there's even tweets where it can show that there was deleted tweets, which you can't see the deleted tweets, but you can see his responses to her deleted tweets. So you know they were there. But that just even further proves that she's lying. Like, she's blatantly just lying. She did interact with him on social media publicly after he was arrested for assault. That says enough to me, honestly.
Now let's talk about the screenshots that are being circulated. One from September 24th of 2013 and the other one from December 4th of 2013, where she's clearly talking to and referencing Curtis. And the alleged situation happened between Jessi and Curtis in October of 2013. Now, there are a lot of people saying, oh, this proves that Gabbie was still friends with Curtis after the alleged incident. But there are also people saying that Gabbie and Jessi weren't even friends at this time. I did not follow them, so that I am not sure of.
I want to say really quick, the reason why people are saying that you collabed or you defended your best friend's rapist is because the timeline is so weirdly close. And because I didn't include all of these tweets, people started like really drawing their own conclusions. They started saying, oh, they were friends at this time. Oh, Gabbie knew beforehand. And I didn't want that.
This isn't me trying to like hurt you or threaten you in any way. Like, this is not do this or it's gonna happen. Like, I mean, I guess it kind of is, but it's just like, I'm not doing it to hurt you.
After that phone call took place, Gabbie texted me with a list of demands that she had, and if I didn't agree to those demands, she was going to continue talking about our past in the way that she was doing it, which was extremely vile.
You are narcissistic abusers. And you have been for 6 fucking years, Jessi Smiles. Literally right now, I'm like, can I say that? Yes, I can fucking say that.
can say whatever
You
you
guys
want.
have no fucking idea what I've been dealing with behind the scenes for 6 years. And have I ever said a word? Have I ever tried to start drama with somebody? I was being called a rape apologist and saying I defended my best friend's rapist and ditched my best friend for her rapist. I want the false accusations removed. And I want you to publicly retract them and I want you to apologize.
She gave me 48 hours to talk to lawyers and decide what I was gonna do. I have never in my life said, hey Gabbie, if you don't take that video down, this is gonna be really bad for you. You have 48 hours to take the video down.
Okay, that sounds cool. We have to move on that fast though, like within like the next 48 hours, because obviously people are gonna keep asking me about it.
So I guess we'll just leave this here and then get some like mental rest on this. And
Okay,
then,
and what do you want to talk, like, we need to put a deadline on this, not an ultimatum, just like, it needs to have a deadline of when are you going to have an answer on what you're willing to do.
I mean, I have to consult a literal lawyer, so I have to do that tomorrow. And then, yeah, I mean, I guess if you said 48 hours, I can have an answer by then.
Okay, cool. That sounds good to me.
So anything that I felt I could do, I was gonna do, which included an NDA that I said I would sign if she signed one as well. I didn't think it was fair for just me to have to sign one. She was refusing to sign one because she said she had to talk about the situation in interviews. If we both sign NDAs, I'll do it, and we'll never speak about each other on the internet again.
I also have to, if somebody brings this up in an interview.
No.
Listen, straight up, if we both sign NDAs, I'll do it, and we'll never.
But Jessi, I also have to, if somebody brings this up in an interview, I have to be able to say, like, this didn't happen or this didn't happen. I will stop bringing you up and I will sign an addended contract that says that I can't bring you up or I can't disparage you or I can't do something. But like, because you made this situation public, I can't go for the rest of my life without responding to a public interview. Or if somebody, you know what I mean?
You
like,
you
made it public.
Yeah, but I can't also, I'm not going to sign an NDA and then be like, oh, well, now Gabbie can say anything she wants and I can never defend myself. That can't happen.
So have your lawyer like draft up a contract that says some type of addendum that says like, I will never just randomly make a video about Jessi Smiles. I will never da-da-da-da-da. But if somebody says, well, what about you being a rape apologist? I have to be able to talk about that. Have your lawyer draft a contract that my lawyer can look at. And I'm happy to sign something, but as far as this is a big public thing that you made public, it's not even just that. It's about like Jessi and Jen, and well, you said you were controlling her relationships and you said this thing. If people ask me about it, I have to be able to respond.
And I told her I would apologize to her, but I would not say that I lied in my video because she wanted me to say that. I do not have a problem with both of us taking our videos down. That for sure, I think is a possibility that we can both come to.
What I would be looking for is, I should have never posted that video. I said some untrue shit, some true shit.
What I would be looking for is, I should have never posted that video. I said some untrue shit, some true shit, but regardless, it should have been handled offline because there is a lot of untrue shit that you said in there.
Yeah, if the only thing that makes you feel like you're going to move on is me saying I lied when I don't feel like I did.
There are portions of that video that are untrue. How about you don't have to say you lied, just say there are some things that were true and some things that were untrue, because the untrue part is you said it wasn't a FaceTime call, you saw him in person. It was 100% a FaceTime call.
And I also want you to work on a public statement, and then we can work on it together. And then I would like you to do a video.
That's not gonna have like that's not gonna be like an apology. Like it's not gonna be like, oh my god, I lied in my video.
Jessi, I truly want a public apology that says, I'm sorry that I caused her harm and I did not want to, and I shouldn't have made it public. That is what I want. Because it shouldn't have been public.
She told me that my friend Jen Dent was tweeting, and that if I didn't get her to stop tweeting, that she had 2 podcasts that she had filmed, filled with our past, filled with emails from our past, and she was ready to release them. And I told her, Gabbie, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's literally what I said. I was like, I'm not on Twitter. She did send me a text message before I could even text Jen to ask her what Gabbie was talking about. And she reiterated that we all have terrible shit going on, but that I needed to get Jen to stop tweeting. What she was referring to is that last summer, Gabbie Hanna and her fans perpetuated a rumor that Jen Dent had raped a little girl. A random guy from Australia decided to start tweeting Jen that she raped a little girl. And Jen was literally like, what the fuck are you talking about? But Gabbie Hanna fans, because they hate Jen a lot, they decided to spread that rumor like wildfire. Gabbie ended up addressing this in her Patreon, saying that she was aware of the allegations against Jen Dent, but everyone stay away from these people because they're very dangerous. So Jen was upset about that. That's why she was tweeting. Gabbie ended up addressing this in her Patreon, saying that she was aware of the allegations against Jen Dent, but everyone stay away from these people because they're very dangerous. I sent her a pretty long text message. What she was referring to is that last summer, Gabbie Hanna and her fans perpetuated a rumor that Jen Dent had raped a little girl. Jen was upset about that. That's why she was tweeting. But that I needed to get Jen to stop tweeting.
Jen Dent, literally, they all fucking infiltrated my Patreon. It was so fucked up, dude. This like 50-year-old fucking woman was getting in my Discord on my Patreon. She started blackmailing my fans, harassing my fans, because like my fans go in there and they have like a community. They like really trust and respect each other. And then she just went in there.
I did talk to Jen and I asked her to stop tweeting, and she got upset because who is Gabbie to demand through me that Jen stops tweeting? Jen's a grown-ass woman who has plenty of issues with Gabbie on their own. I'm going to react to her video and I'm going to show proof that I don't hoard text messages from 2015. Actually, I have my text messages set to delete every year because I want storage on my phone, and who needs text messages from over a year ago? Apparently Gabbie. I don't hoard text messages from 2015, and who needs text messages from over a year ago? Apparently Gabbie.
I was able to predict what she was going to do because she's predictable.
I have to be honest, I genuinely don't understand this statement at all. Gabbie started creating this series in March. She started filming this series in March. Do you know what I was doing in March? Definitely not talking about Gabbie Hanna. I failed to see how a series that she started filming in March, which now she's admitted I have 2 parts in, so 2 whole videos dedicated to me, how I'm the predictable one. If by predictable you mean that you knew once I saw your series videos on me, which God knows what they're gonna say in them, that I would feel upset and use a phone call that proves that you lied about the relationship that you had to the man that raped me, then yes, I guess it's predictable that I would want to defend myself in a situation where you were gonna release information that either wasn't true or that triggered me. I'm gonna move on now, but I just find it ridiculous that she acts like she's some sort of genius for seeing into the future and knowing that I was gonna use this phone call. Gabbie, when you push people and push people and push people and then proceed to dedicate 2 episodes to them in a series, yeah, they just might defend themselves. You're not a genius for figuring out that I was gonna use that phone call in which you admit that you've been lying for the last year to defend myself. What Gabbie doesn't understand is that every single time I have ever spoken about Gabbie, whether I said her name in a video or I did not say her name in a video, it is because she did something that upset me. A lot of questions about Gabbie. I used to be friends with the Gabbie show. Well, she's not called that anymore. What is she called now? Well, Gabbie Hanna. Okay, whatever. We're on good terms now. A lot of people want to know why our friendship ended. When it comes to her, I hate having any feeling of like anger, or it's just been such a long process. Another question that I get a lot is, are you and the Gabbie show doing a video when you move back to LA? You had brought up that it was a possibility. I am back in LA now, so we're like in the same city, and I've said it before, we are not on bad terms. I don't think that we'll ever be friends again. I don't think that's possible. I think that what we went through was really hurtful. It's a really complicated situation, and I know it's like so annoying as a viewer to like hear that and be like, what the fuck? Just say it, like what happened? But what happened was so hurtful. We both hurt each other on another level. Like it was really nasty. So some people are asking about Gabbie. And listen, let this be the last time that I address any of this. But to answer the most asked questions, no, she did not reach out to me. We have not spoken at all since my video. We have not made any contact. I just don't understand why she's making it seem like this is something I love to do when the only time I've ever addressed Gabbie or gotten in fights with Gabbie was because of things that she did. And I don't think she genuinely remembers it that way, because when she's talking like this, I'm like, do you think I just do things out of the blue? Like I just wake up one morning and just want to pick a fight with you? Everything I've ever done is because you provoked it, whether in private or in public. Everything I have ever said about you has been a response to your actions towards me. After last summer, when you completely annihilated me online when I was not even retaliating for 99% of it, And then you make a video on my son's birthday where you're talking about all the people that have wronged you, and you say stories about me because you talk about the person you used to live with, which is me, and you're just saying all these insane allegations, and everybody's going over to my Instagram page on my son's birthday and being like, oh, you're such a horrible mother. I feel horrible for your children. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then you make a video on my son's birthday where you're talking about all the people that have wronged you. I still edit for creators. It is my full-time second job.
So I'm gonna be referencing multiple people but referring to them as a collective they. So when I talk about specific events, it's either a group of people or a singular person, and I'm probably gonna be like slipping in and out of referring to one or many people because this isn't really meant to be a hit piece. It's just to get it off my chest and hopefully give some type of clarity.
And then fast forward to when you go on Drama Alert and you're talking to Keemstar, a man who has repeatedly not just told me I wasn't raped, he has literally joked about my rape and on multiple occasions just says, oh, it's very hard to believe because they were dating, which we weren't, but it shouldn't matter. This man has harassed me online for years. Gabbie knows this. He is an infamous misogynist and rape apologist and overall horrible human being. And Gabbie goes on his show to talk about me and Trisha Paytas, to promote a song she wrote for Trisha Paytas that Trisha Paytas didn't even want her to write. And I ignored that. I just said, fuck it. Whatever shitty thing to do, I'm gonna keep it pushing.
the Jessi Smiles thing, like it always bothered me, right? Because you were being accused of, you know, making a video with the guy who, you know, allegedly killed her or whatever. And you really didn't do a collaboration with him, right?
No, I didn't. And this is something I said on my channel that I was going to be done talking about. So I definitely don't want to really like poke that bear, get too far into it. But no, I've never collaborated with him. Never. It just wasn't ever.
It was such little stuff, like you liked a tweet or something, and it was like this bit, like it made no sense to me whatsoever. It came across to me as very opportunistic. So I won't get into that, but I want to talk.
And I also just want to say about that really quick, like. I don't know if it was opportunistic. I'm not going to put that on her or anybody, because at the end of the day, if somebody's feeling something and is hurt and not knowing how to deal with that, like I don't want to take away from what she feels. So if she like felt that way, then I don't. And I said this in my own video, and that's why I said
I'm gonna have to stop you there. I know you're trying to be being politically correct, and like you don't want to cause any more drama, but like there are literally text conversations that you've publicly shown that you two have talked behind the scenes about this exact thing, and everything is cool and everything's been fine. Like, in my opinion, as a viewer, knowing those facts, that everything was cool, and then as soon as Trisha comes out and sends some hate on you, it seemed to me that Jessi Smiles just piled on, and it was very opportunistic to me.
I'll let you have your opinion. I don't want drama with anybody, honestly. I just want to talk about my life.
Jessi showed 7 to 10 minutes, I believe, of a over 3 hour phone call that she quite literally threatened me into having, obviously, because it was an over 3 hour phone call. It was very heavily edited and rearranged. I know that she said that it was only edited for brevity and that it didn't change the context, which I think would be really impossible to do out of a 3 hour phone call. And also, I don't believe that she edited it for brevity because she left in a lot of her crying. I think that she edited it to evoke an emotional response because she's talking about something that is very emotional.
I have to say, that's insulting. Gabbie, at the very least. I'm not sure if Gabbie understands what editing something down for brevity means, but everything I included was completely in context. We would talk about the tweets, for instance, her tweets defending Curtis, and then she would deflect. If you've heard the phone call by now, you know, she would deflect and be like, well, we need to move on to something else. And then like an hour later, we'd talk again about the tweets. And for brevity, aka shortness of time, I had to put all the parts where we were talking about our tweets and you were addressing them together. What would have been taking it out of context would have been taking a part of the phone call where you weren't talking about the tweets and then inserting it next to the parts where you're talking about the tweets. That did not happen. And about the crying thing, Gabbie, I find it interesting that Gabbie views me leaving in the part of me crying as me trying to invoke an emotional response. I'm not even sure who thinks like that. When people are emotional, do you think that they're just trying to manipulate people? She thought the same thing about my 2019 video, that I'm trying to manipulate with my emotions. And I just don't know why she thinks of people that way, why she thinks of human beings that way. I don't know why she sees it as some sort of manipulation tactic when it's just what it was. Like I was just crying because I was hurt. I was having a panic attack. It had to do with the situation involving Curtis, which is why it was left in.
Jessi was looking for any moment that she possibly could so that she could get emotional on the call because she was filming it and she always knew she was going to post it.
I was waiting for a moment to get emotional on the call. Gabbie, the last time I checked, I haven't won any fucking Oscars. And this whole filming thing, a lot of people have been like, well, why'd Jessi film it? I don't understand. Let me break it down for you. I recorded the call on photo booth. I was not going to set up my microphone and start recording audio professionally. I literally was like, I'm just going to record it on my laptop. And my computer is always aimed at me because I have my laptop on a stand and then I have my big monitor that I edit on. So I have to have the screen turned to me so that I can drag things to my monitor. You think I set up a fucking tripod? Do you think that I wouldn't have, number one, perhaps dressed for the occasion when half of it, I'm not even wearing a bra and I'm wearing a fucking robe and I look haggard as fuck? Do you think that I filmed that and was being opportunistic about that and wanting to get emotional to show people? Is that why I held on to that for a year? If I wanted to do this for attention and for emotion, I would have put that phone call on my YouTube channel the second we fucking had it. I didn't want this. I didn't want people to see me like that. For you, again, to interpret someone displaying emotion as manipulative says a lot more about you than it does to me. It had to do with the situation involving Curtis, which is why it was left in.
You'll also hear me apologize to Jessi Smiles very many times on the phone call.
Spoiler alert, if you've heard the 3-hour phone call, you will not hear her apologizing to Jessi Smiles very many times. The times that she apologized to me, I had to give her a lecture on how Dr. Phil says that any apology with the word but after it is not an apology at all, because those were the only things that resembled an apology that she gave me. Everything was my fault. I needed to apologize to her for everything. That is the phone call.
Listen, this is the bottom line. You have yet, you said in your video, you're embarrassed by the messages with Deanna. You have yet to now on this phone call just be like, that was fucked up. You're downplaying it. You're saying that, no, I never mentioned your rape in there. Oh no, but your medicine, you talk about it. You have yet
Because
to
I
be like,
did, because you did, Jessi. You did this whole campaign about like,
Gabbie,
you don't
but if
talk
you
about
just
my
look at
medicine,
me-
but like, if you talk about
But
my
if you
anxiety.
just talk to me and say, yeah, that was fucked up.
I
Just
did,
straight
Jessi.
up.
I said it in the video.
No, you straight up did not. Not once in this conversation did you say that was so, like, I should not have done that.
Because
Like,
I've already
it's just
said
the
it
truth.
multiple times publicly. Do you want me to say it again right now? Because I will. I shouldn't have taken it that far, but I also think that there needs to be some acknowledgement that like you've also done that and you also had the same conversations with fans.
Have you ever watched Dr. Phil? An apology with a butt after it is not apology at all.
I've already
Literally,
apologized publicly twice, Jessi. That's what I'm saying. I didn't know you wanted another one. I would have given you
You
one.
also apologize. No, it's not. You're not apologizing to me in those videos. I don't feel like you're apologizing to me in those videos.
Are you sorry for tweeting that I'm a shitty person knowing everybody would know it was about me?
First of all, I'm not going to even answer that because I deleted it the second. So obviously I regretted making that tweet the second I posted it. That's not a fair question.
And I pretty quickly, like a few hours passed and I just realized, I'm like, Jessi, if you're gonna say something, just say something. Like, stop being cryptic. I got really anxious because it was getting a lot of attention, so I just deleted it.
Okay, so can you apologize for it then? Can you say I'm sorry for throwing some fuel on the fire when you were going through some shit? Can you apologize for that?
But like to you right now?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure. Like, I knew it was a stupid thing to do as soon as I did it. I'm sorry if you saw that and you were like, what the fuck? This is
Okay,
adding
listen
on
to that
everything.
apology. I'm sorry if you saw that. I'm sorry if you felt this way. I knew it was stupid. How about Gabbie? I'm sorry that I hurt you. I shouldn't have tweeted that you were a shitty person. Can you say that?
Gabbie, I was being catty. I was being
Yeah, so can you
mature.
apologize for being catty?
Gabbie, I just did. Like, what do you want from me?
No, you said I'm sorry if you saw that and felt some type of way. Like, you're telling me it's not
No,
an apology if you say sorry, but can you just say, Gabbie, I'm sorry I hurt you? Please?
I already said I'm sorry.
You said
I
I'm
already
sorry if you saw that and felt a certain type of way. I was being catty.
because I didn't-
It's so hard for you to apologize.
No, it's not. I've apologized a million times in this conversation, Gabbie. I really have. I'm not trying to say I'm not sorry for that tweet.
Then say it. Then just say you're sorry for that tweet, please.
I already did, Gabbie.
No,
I
you didn't.
apologized.
You literally just said, I'm sorry if you saw that and felt a certain type of way. Like, just say, I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry that honestly, like, I really am sorry if you took that in a bad way. Like, I hate those types of apologies. I'm sorry if that hurt you, that I brought you up in a video.
Like, just say, I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
Okay, in the beginning of this conversation, I said, I'm sorry if when I subtweeted or when I, made videos about you, I'm sorry for doing that. That was stupid. I said that in the beginning of this conversation. Don't force me into another apology. I already apologized to you.
Did you apologize to me?
Well, here's the thing. I did.
When?
About the subtweets. When I said I'm catty and the videos, yes, that's stupid. listen, I'm a person that cannot admit fault. Although I was reacting to things that you did that bothered me, making a video or a little catty remark in a video that I knew you would see is absolutely a catty and immature thing to do. I can agree with you on that.
You called the situation surrounding my rape, all of the public fallout, all of the bashing, the death threats I've received, the horrendous messages I've received, the shit that I've suffered. You called that rape drama.
You called my rape drama. The situation surrounding my rape, all the rape drama.
I didn't say rape drama to Deanna. I said that to Abby, which was an insensitive semantic. I 100% agree with that. That I could have called it like the time around her rape or all of the stuff going around her rape. Like, I don't know what else to say it. It was bad semantics. I never meant that in a disrespectful way to like deduce your experience down to drama. And I'm genuinely sorry if you felt that way, because I never, ever would try to take that away from you or invalidate that. And like, sincerely from the bottom of my heart right now, like, please understand that if you felt that that like belittled your experience or just took away from something, that was not my intention. It was just like a quick way of typing.
She was in the midst of the whole Curtis Lepore rape drama.
You called the situation surrounding my rape, all of the public fallout, all of the bashing, the death threats I've received, the horrendous messages I've received, the shit that I've suffered. You called that rape drama.
Rape drama.
You apologized to me and I forgave you. However, if I do some heinous shit and I hurt someone and I apologize to them and they say it's okay, and then 5 years later, 6 years later, however many years later, I say, I never did that. What are you talking about? That is called taking back your apology. Your apology no longer exists. But you'll see, she brings up multiple times how she apologized to me. That apology was retracted the second you started denying you ever did anything that needed an apology in the first place. You went on an entire campaign saying, I never tweeted in support of Curtis Lepore. I never defended Curtis Lepore. That has been your stance since the beginning of when all of this got outed. Why do you put up text and then say something completely different?
That was after she was tweeting that I was a shitty person and then liking tweets and replying to tweets that made it very obvious that it was about me.
This is a theme with Gabbie. She really cannot handle people subtweeting her or liking tweets that are not praising her. She cannot handle people liking anything that is not in her favor or saying anything about her, even if you don't say her name. And you're gonna see a common theme of that because the majority of what Gabbie Hanna has on me that she's gonna show in her series are subtweets.
About the subtweets, when I said I'm catty and the videos, yes, that's stupid, is absolutely a catty and immature thing to do. I can agree with you on that.
Subtweets and tweets that people like is not like cold hard evidence, Gabbie. It's just what people do on Twitter. It's again with the theme of people can't like tweets that are against you. I didn't seem to get the memo where we can only like tweets that are in support of Gabbie Hanna on Twitter.
And after I apologized on Twitter, she talked shit about me on Kathleen Light's channel.
I personally, no matter what you do to me, I'm not taking anything to the internet. Like, if we had anything meaningful, I'm not the person to, I just did my Gabbie video. I can't be like, yes, queen, nothing from the internet, woo woo. Jessi didn't even bring it to the internet because there are things she didn't talk about. Things that we all know about. Girl, shut up.
So I'm sorry I went on Kathleen's channel and joked after your apology.
Not everybody obviously has to do it on a public domain. That's my last resort. That was after many years of trying to solve things privately.
After I apologized on Twitter, she talked shit about me on Kathleen Light's channel.
I personally, no matter what you do to me, I'm not taking anything to the internet. Like, if we had anything meaningful,
I'm not the person to, I just did my Gabbie video. I can't be like, yes, queen, nothing from the internet, woo woo.
Jessi didn't even bring it to the internet because there are things she didn't talk about. Things that we all know about.
Girl, shut up. Shut your mouth.
And then in March, the week I was releasing my EP, she put out another video.
It was not me trying to get clout. I mean, bitch, I never post. How many times do I have to say that? I don't care about clout. I don't care about anything like that. Like, I literally didn't know what else to do. It had been years of things piling up on each other and me not standing up for myself in a way that I felt justified myself. Like, that gave me what I deserve, which is to stand in my fucking place and be like, no, this isn't how you treat me. So that was not an isolated incident that I was like, ooh, let me take it to the internet, see what happens. No. That was the last piece of turd on the pile of shit that had been piling up for years. Not everybody obviously has to do it on a public domain. That's my last resort. That was after many years of trying to solve things privately and getting just stepped all over. And I was like, okay, never again. And I think it worked.
And people just start rumors about you, about the Curtis situation every time you're releasing music. Which is something you've said I've done for a long time now.
And then I'm promoting my project like crazy, and you're gonna put my name in your fucking thumbnail, bringing up a fucking dramatic lie, a hate campaign that you fucking started. 5 months you don't post, but I'm posting a project and you have to say, did Gabbie apologize?
Gabbie has this theme of thinking that because people are being nice to her or having civil conversations with her, that we love her and we praise her and we would never say a bad thing about her. So for you to put like, oh, she asked me for work, it's covered in this series. Gabbie, you've already put all those text messages in your last video. It doesn't do anything. I was nice to you. Okay? Gabbie, I don't like you. And I've said it before, we are not on bad terms.
I've apologized to Jessi every time she blackmailed me, threatened me, talked about me in a YouTube video, tweeted about me, reached out to somebody about me.
Again, with the tweets and mentioning you in videos, Gabbie, Not only did I have a storytime channel, you had a storytime channel. How many times have you mentioned someone on your channel that didn't want to be mentioned, that didn't ask to be mentioned in a storytime? That's how they work. Not only is it completely my right to say whatever the hell I want on my channel, sure, you can feel how you want to feel about it, but I can do and say what I want on my channel, much like you're doing and saying whatever you want, despite 90% of the internet begging you to stop right now. So a bit of a difference there, a bit of a difference in respect. It's something that's frustrating to me. It's something that if she really did look back at her friendship with fondness, where is the respect in any regard? You can't even fake respect for a video. You've had crazy bitch moments, but I'm like, oh, put her in a psych ward. None of this was necessary. Calling me a psycho.
You posted it when I was 7 months pregnant and called me a psycho bitch and said I was neurotic and psychotic. It did not matter to me. If you said, oh, it's about a YouTuber you don't know.
She cannot handle people saying anything about her, even if you don't say her name. Not only is it completely my right to say whatever the hell I want on my channel, sure, you can feel how you want to feel about it, but I can do and say what I want on my channel.
So you were allowed to post your video, but I wasn't allowed to post mine?
You absolutely were allowed to post yours.
So why are you complaining about it?
Gabbie, you are completely accusing me of blackmail.
Places and videos where I was mentioning someone and I don't even say a name, and she either assumes it's about her probably thinking that in a story time I threatened that I was going to say something else. The connections, I can't connect them. If you've heard the phone call, you hear multiple times where she accuses me of talking about her in a YouTube video, and I'm just like, Gabbie, that was not about you.
The one that made me the most anxious was the video where it was people I hate or YouTubers I hate or something, where you literally said, I could shit on this person's whole life, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to save it for another day. And once you said that, I was like, oh my God, she's really like waiting for the moment. She's waiting for the moment.
I gotta go look at that because that video, I didn't even include a story about you.
No, but it was like one of those things that obviously it's about me. You're like, there's this one big YouTuber that I was really good friends with. She's really big now, and like I could shit on her whole life, but I'm not going to.
Oh,
and it's
I mean, like I'm telling you straight up, I did not include a story about you in that video. If you thought it was,
it wasn't about me, but that threat is about me. Or tell me who it's about. Like honestly, if you tell me who that was about and it wasn't about me, like I'll 100% believe you.
Well, I promise you that when we're done, I'll go and I'll look at that video and I'll try to remember, because I don't even remember saying I'll shit all over someone's life. But if I go and I look at it, I'll probably remember.
Yeah, you said you told the story about, I think, Lele, Logan, and then there was only one person you wouldn't name, and that was the end of your video.
Oh, I know who you're talking. That wasn't my People I Hate video. That was the rudest YouTubers. You know who I was talking about? But then if I say the name, is it fine on recording?
I'm not posting this anywhere.
Okay. That is who that story was about.
You can shit on her whole life?
I can't shit on her whole life, but she was it was a not fun interaction. And I don't think I ever said I'll shit on her whole life, but if I did say that, it was because I was upset with my interaction.
But you said in the video that it was somebody that you were really close with and friends with that is a big YouTuber now. The
only person I didn't name in that video was...
I think you're thinking of something else, because this video, like you literally said there was this YouTuber this person who became a really big YouTuber who I was really close with. So like when I saw that, for sure.
You want to send me the link, because then
well, you deleted the video, but that girl who posted...
What was it called?
I think it was either rudest YouTubers or people. I think it was rudest YouTubers.
Okay, those are both not deleted. They're on my channel, so I'll go take a look.
They were deleted when I had to get a forensic analyst to get the privated video from it.
Yeah, like it's still up. It's just private, so I still have it.
Oh yeah.
The last person that I'm going to talk about, I'm not going to mention who the person is. It really broke my heart when this happened because I don't know, maybe I just caught them on a bad day, but this was a person I watched on YouTube. I am going to say that it's a girl, okay? But she was like someone that I thought was different. I remember asking the people that I was with, I was like, do you think it's a good idea if I go up to her and just say like, hey, can we get a quick picture? These after parties are talent only. These things are not open to the public, okay? So they're not open to the fans of VidCon or anything like that. So I figure if I really want to meet someone, like the first time that I met Jenna Marbles was at one of these after parties. If I really want to meet them, maybe that's the best place to do it. I want to meet the people that I really enjoy watching in an environment where even if they don't know who I am, they know I'm a creator too, and maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable and want to chat and become my best friend. Anyway, those are just some stories of rude YouTubers that I've met. And in my opinion, I did not go as hard as I could have gone. I've had friends that have done way worse to me than these people did. And they're big YouTubers and I could literally shit on their life. No, I could literally diarrhea on their life. But I choose not to. At least not yet. I'm gonna hold on to that. I make a video called People I Hate. This video was like a pet peeves video. It was me talking about like, oh, I hate when people at the airport do this and that. Like it wasn't an actual people I hate video. The first person that I strongly dislike is not even a person that everyone has come across. It's just a situation that I encountered and I fucking wanted to punch him in the dick. I hate rude customer service people. I called Chase Bank 2 days ago and I got hung up on 3 times. I fucking closed my account with them. I was like, go fuck yourself. I don't know if the part where I say YouTubers who say welcome back, that bothers me. I didn't even know she said welcome. That's 90% of YouTube. That People I Hate video had nothing to do with her. I didn't even know she said welcome. That's 90% of YouTube.
Welcome back! Welcome back! Welcome back! So I've been sleeping on an air mattress in her apartment. Welcome back! Welcome back! Welcome back! Welcome back! Welcome back! If she doesn't directly talk about me, she makes sure to leave a very specific clue that it is about me.
Probably gonna get a lot of shit for this, but whatever. I just strongly dislike when YouTubers say, welcome back to my channel. As you guys know, like I just went through a very hard move and
I posted my vlog about my move on May 30th and just 5 days later on June 4th, she uploaded this video, which brought me a lot of negative attention and hate. And of course, people assuming that it was me, especially with the welcome back intro comment.
I get that everyone just has their fun little intro, but if you have that intro, I hate you.
Dude, like, why am I being asked about Jessi Smiles in a BuzzFeed article? Because Jessi Smiles made sure that I would be asked about her for the rest of my fucking career, probably.
You have every right in an interview, Gabbie, especially a BuzzFeed interview, to say, I am not going to talk about this, this, and that. If you don't want to talk about your affiliation with Curtis Lepore or me ever again, you don't have to. Don't allow an interviewer to ask you about it. And guess what? Maybe the people that you've hurt will stop being so fucking upset, and then we can all move on with our life. People were really just asking the same questions. A lot of questions about Gabbie. A lot of people want to know why our friendship ended. People are constantly asking about why our friendship ended. Another question that I get a lot is, are you and the Gabbie show doing a video when you move back to LA?
And she said, LOL, oh God, I knew this would happen. I literally addressed all the people asking if we were gonna film together. I don't talk about it, but people literally don't leave me alone. In every Q&A, every video, people comment about you, and sometimes I get like actually mad and want to tell them to shut up. LOL, so this was kind of my way of doing that. So I said, I think that's why you get so many comments and I don't, because you bring me up every few videos. So she said, I truly hear what you're saying, but I'm coming from a place of just speaking my mind when I feel I need to.
Okay, so some people are asking about Gabbie.
Like you said, people have not stopped. So I have also been on the receiving end of 1,000,005 questions and everything. And when I was like, oh, I'm going to do a Q&A, forget it. It was like a fucking, I have all the questions where I was like, Jesus, if I don't address something.
The only time I have to hear about Curtis Lepore is out of your mouth now and out of your fans' mouths. I don't even know how many times Alx has apologized to me, and not just apologized to me. Literally a few weeks ago, he was FaceTiming me and he had tears in his eyes. And he's like, I should have never fucking put you in that position. And I have to tell him, Alx, it's okay. It passed. You grew from it. You learned from it.
You don't see the hundreds of thousands of views that go missing off of her channel when she posts a video about me.
When I posted my video about Gabbie, I did not expect for it to garner the attention that it garnered. And full disclosure, there's a lot of videos I don't like on my channel. So yeah, when I posted my video about Gabbie, there were videos both with Gabbie that I didn't want up anymore. And there were videos that I just looked at and I was like, ew, gross. And I privated them. It's not a mystery, Gabbie. I was being overly cautious because way more people than I thought were going to see my video saw my video. And so I kind of panicked and was like, wait, I don't want them to see this story time or this story time because what the fuck, that's embarrassing. I don't even understand what the point of bringing that up is, but sure. Yes, I privated some videos when I posted my video about Gabbie.
You don't see the hundreds of tweets that she mass unliked. You don't see the tweet and delete.
First of all, the tweet that you're putting up, everybody's seen it.
I wrote an entire EP about my ex-boyfriend, and we're still friends. We have no bad blood. However, I did write an EP about him. It is coming out May 31st, and it's very, way too personal, probably. You've heard it.
What, the
EP.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Of course I've heard it.
Yeah, but like it's a lot, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
It's good.
It being about you, what do you think about it?
Oh, I hate it.
You're actually on the EP. You make several appearances, which is cool. Thank you for allowing me to do that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
If you got nothing else from this video, I hope it's that my EP is out on May 31st, and it's pretty dope, and I'm very excited about it. It's something you're gonna want to hear. It means a lot to me, so thank you so much. They're all good. Like, that's the thing, is like they're all good songs. Are you allowed to say that about your own music?
No.
I feel like you can, because they are good.
Yeah, why not?
Rappers do it. Rappers like, yo, I'm the best. I'm not saying I'm the best, but they are really good songs. Okay, make sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, look for my EP on May 31st. But also, this whole EP kind of spawned from you guys requested that I did a video showing my entire writing process. So basically, I wrote a song, went into the studio, and showed you guys how we make a song beginning to end. And that's coming very soon. And I'm very excited for you guys to see that video. And that was Butterflies. That's where it all came from. And then a bunch of shit happened, and then I wrote a bunch more songs.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Perfect day.
Furthermore, mass unlike tweets? How does someone even do that? I'm not joking. How do you mass unlike tweets? I'm so confused. I've never done that in my life. Full disclosure, that did not happen.
You don't see the voice messages and the text that she sends me threatening me, crossing my boundaries that I'm setting firmly, and telling me that if I don't do what she wants, that she's going to put out another video with more evidence. And the evidence being tweets that I deleted in 2014.
I mean, anybody that can read saw on the screen I was not threatening Gabbie. How do you argue with someone that reads the same words in which you're saying you are not threatening them, you don't want to make a video, these are my emotions, this is how I'm feeling, trust me, I don't want to make a video, I don't want to pressure you into a phone call. How do you argue with the person that reads those words and sees I'm going to make a video and I have evidence and I'm threatening you?
That's a point that's not worth arguing, because I think it's a matter of perception at this point, because the way like my lawyers and my team and I see it, it's a thinly veiled threat. That it's like, I don't want to have to do this, but if you don't talk to me in my schedule, then I'm going to have to defend myself. Which means if you don't do this thing that I'm asking to do right now, I have to defend myself. I felt like I was being pushed into a corner to talk before I was ready.
The times that I mention anything about a video, I say I don't need or want to sit down and make a video to start shit. So please know that I'm not saying speak to me or I make a video, but I do feel the need to sit down with you and show you the screenshots I have to talk about your video. That was the first time I mentioned anything. So I guess I'll start off with the first thing you said. Can you find me a text where I said I have proof and I'm going to release it if you don't talk to me? Would you be able to find that text and read it to me?
Yeah, it's actually in the voice note though. It's in the voice note. You said, just so you know though, I have proof, and if you don't want to talk to me, like, I'm gonna have no choice but to come forward with it. And then when I said I still just want a little bit more time, I mean, there's a lot of text. I'm sure you've also read them again.
Okay, I'm sorry. You know I didn't say that in the voice note, right?
I just listened to it before this call.
Right. Oh, really? Can you send it to me? Because if you still have it, I actually want it so that I can have it for context as well. I said, and I quote, please don't take this as a threat, because I feel like when you say the word proof, it has a threatening undertone, and I don't want you to think that, because believe me, the last thing I want to do is make a video. So just please know, I'm just saying this for context to let you know what I want to talk to you about.
So in no way, shape, or form did I say, I have proof, and if you don't talk to me, I'm releasing it. So if you can send me a voice note, that would
you did a little bit later on too, though. Later on in the text.
The only time I say, would you like me to show you the screenshots before I present them in my video, it is immediately followed with, I'm not saying I'm making a video. I multiple times let you know I'm not making a video. This is not something I want to do. So I'm really how you...
When you say something like, this isn't a threat, why to me that would feel like you're just saying it's not a threat so that you can cover your tracks and say it's not a threat.
What if someone's not able to look at the screen? What if they're doing laundry while they're watching your video and now they believe I threatened you with evidence? It's irresponsible. You're now saying I blackmailed you, I threatened you. Let's get into that. I'm gonna go into what Gabbie Hanna considers blackmail. I'm gonna talk about that situation, where she thinks I blackmailed her. And I'm gonna go into the physical violence. So in order to talk about the physical violence accusation, we're gonna have to talk about a situation that is kind of long. It all ties in together, I promise. I dated a guy in 2015 and his name was Richie. During our relationship, there was a few things that Gabbie did that made me feel uncomfortable. One of them, she actually made a story time about, and it was when I had a rooftop barbecue with a bunch of friends, and her and Richie sat across from each other the entire night and shared wine, like literally drinking from the wine bottle just between them two. They did not mingle or talk to anyone else virtually the entire night, and it made me feel uncomfortable.
There were 10 people at this party. There were 2 ping pong tables and you played teams of 2. So there's 4 people per table, 8 people can play. That means 2 people have to wait their turn to play. So she leaves. She picked the teams. She organized it. Me and her boyfriend to stand back and watch them play. They were playing for so long. Her boyfriend and I are standing on the sidelines watching them play for so long. And it's a little bit awkward. He's holding a bottle of wine. I'm standing right here. And we're standing there pretty much in silence this entire time because we don't really want to talk because we know that it would make her uncomfortable. He at one point goes, hey, you want a sip of the bottle of wine? He's holding a whole bottle, okay? I go, sure. Take the bottle of wine, take a swig, hand it back. They continue playing the rest of the night. Me and him stand awkwardly on the side the rest of the night, and then we go to sleep.
And as much as Gabbie in her story time paints it as me being insane for feeling uncomfortable about that situation, let's just get into the story a little bit so you can see my vibe was not off. Fast forward, me and Richie break up, and it was not great in the beginning. Our breakup was pretty messy, honestly. Around that same time, I had gone to Oprah's Life You Want weekend. It was a very life-changing weekend for me. I realized a lot of things, but one of the main things that I realized was I didn't want to be friends with Gabbie Hanna anymore. There was no big thing that happened, no big fight that could explain everything. I just felt like our relationship was toxic. I felt like she contributed a lot of negativity into my life. And I'm not just saying this to like be a bitch, but there was multiple times where people in my life who lived with me would tell me, hey, let me know when Gabbie's coming over so I can stay in my room. Like there was a negative presence and I just didn't want that in my life anymore. I found myself talking more shit than I've ever talked in my entire life, getting into drama. So I texted her and I said, hey, I don't want to be friends anymore. And I've had this moment with multiple friends. You know, everybody can have a time in their relationship where it's like, this isn't working out. And I've always said this, but the way that a person responds when you tell them, hey, this is not working, you know, it's a negative thing for both of us, the way that they respond in that moment says everything about them. And obviously I can't get into details because I don't have the text messages, but the gist of it was she told me I needed therapy. She told me that I cut everyone out of my life, that it's a pattern in my life, and that I was gonna end up alone pretty much. So that was awful, and it was a pretty bad falling out. I just had the most amazing and life-changing weekend of my life, and I'll vlog about it another time, but I'm in Miami and I just attended the Oprah's Life You Want tour. I texted her and I said, hey, I don't want to be friends anymore. She told me I needed therapy. She told me that I cut everyone out of my life, that it's a pattern in my life, and that I was going to end up alone pretty much. So that was awful, and it was a pretty bad falling out. Fast forward a little more, I go to a bar and I see a guy that Gabbie had dated. Mind you, I was friends with him way before Gabbie dated him, and he showed up at the bar. He came up to me. He said, hey, where's Gabbie? And I said, and I quote, I don't know, I'm not friends with her anymore. To which he responded, oh, good, she's crazy, she scares me. He went to Gabbie and told her that I talk shit about her. And I didn't do that. She decided to contact my ex-boyfriend, Richie. He showed me text messages from Gabbie. She literally told him that I was horrible. She told him I was a slut. She told him that I cheated on him. Then she proposes that they have sex with each other. And he agreed. He was like, I'm sorry. I don't know why the fuck I put myself in this situation. I would never have sex with her. I saw the text messages where she tried to execute having sex with him, saying, hey, what are you doing tonight? And he's like, I have work early tomorrow. And when I confronted Gabbie about this, specifically about the part where she calls me a slut, she said that she called me that because that's what everyone says about me. This was my best friend. This was someone that I trusted, that I just let into my life. And all a fucking long, she was just judging me. So the times in the messages where you admit to telling him I'm a slut and all that stuff, that never happened either, right?
Jessi.
Every single time that her and I have ever spoken about this, she continues to say, well, Jessi, if I wanted to do it, I could have done it. So just get over it.
I did not try to have sex with Richie because if I wanted to, I would have when he asked me.
There it is. There it is. The favorite sentence you say in the emails. If I wanted to, I could have. Anyway,
No,
as I was saying.
If I wanted to have sex with Richie, I would. So stop telling people that I tried to fuck your boyfriend when I didn't. And I was going to avoid you at all costs. That was what I was going to do. I was going to be like, listen, this person who tried to have sex with my ex-boyfriend is now trying to get
I didn't try to have sex with your ex-boyfriend.
Oh, you admit to it, email.
No, well actually that's not what happened. See, this is the twisted narrative. After you know what you did with two different people that I'm not going to name here because we're recording. After that situation, actually reached out to me
over OkCupid, and then he was venting to me, and I have all of these messages as well about you and saying how you were like throwing him around and you're blocked and then he's unblocked and he's blocked and he's unblocked. And he was like, literally, she's doing the same thing to both of us. And then I said to him, maybe we should just hook up. And he said, yeah, we definitely should. How about tonight? And I was like, haha, no. And then he hit me up 2 more times to have sex, and I never did. So as I'm sorry, and we've talked about that.
Just like right now, you're literally telling me that you never tried to have sex with me. So I'm like, okay, so you just deny things that happen.
Jessi, because that's not the full story. That's not fair. And that's why, like, we had this conversation so many times, but you keep throwing out these random things that just are not true, and you keep bringing up the same thing over and over, where tried to have sex with me 3 separate times, and each time I said no. I said something as he was talking shit about you, where I said we should just hook up. I did not try to have sex with, because if I wanted to, I would have, when he asked me 3 times to have sex.
Oh, there it is. There it is. The favorite sentence you say in the email.
Yeah. If I wanted to have sex with, I would. So stop telling people that I tried to fuck your boyfriend when I didn't. If I wanted to fuck him in the 3 times that he texted me and wanted to have sex with me, I would have had sex with him.
Can I continue what I was saying?
Yes, but stop bringing up the same thing that we squashed 3 years ago.
It's in the proof. Like, get over yourself. It's in proof that
I know,
you
I have it.
admitted to it. But, so then you should have where you say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did it just to know I could do it. Then you should have that.
Yeah,
too.
exactly. I did it just to know I could, because you hurt both of us. Exactly.
Okay.
I didn't try to have sex with him. I said it just to know that I could. You just confirmed what I just said.
Spoiler alert. That is equally as fucked up. Sorry, but it is.
You literally just confirmed what I said, which is I never tried to have sex with your boyfriend. He was talking to me, talking shit about you, and he asked me to have sex 3 times, and it felt good knowing after what you did that I could do that back, because you did that to me.
So the times in the messages where you admit to telling him I'm a slut and all that stuff, that never happened either, right?
Oh, Jessi.
Yeah.
Who knows?
So anyway, yeah, I know, right? I'm such a slut. The rape victim, such a slut. Anyway,
No. See, don't try to pretend like I called you a slut as a rape victim. Don't say I slut shamed you for getting raped, Jessi. Because it's just crazy how the narrative is twisting. Like, oh, call the rape victim a slut. If I called you a slut, it's because of you literally going after every guy I said I was interested in and fucking them.
Oh, Lord.
And you know what? I don't agree with slut shaming. And you're right. When I was 23 years old, I said some fucked up shit when I was really hurt by the shit that you were doing to me. You're right. And I don't think that I deserve to have a hit piece put out against me because I called you a slut in 2015.
So the times in the messages where you admit to telling him I'm a slut and all that stuff, that never happened either, right?
Jessi.
I would imagine that most people that follow me would know about Richie, my ex-boyfriend. I posted videos with him. He's the ex that I did does my ex know me video.
Right. One time that girl tried to steal him from you and tried to sleep with him, and you had a friend that like tried to fuck him and shit.
The internet doesn't know that, but they do now, and I'm keeping that in.
Every single time I have ever spoken about Gabbie, whether I said her name in a video or I did not say her name in a video, it is because she did something that upset me.
And you had a friend that like tried to fuck him and shit.
The internet doesn't know that. Never have I ever slept with a best friend's ex. No, but I had a best friend try to sleep with my ex. These hoes ain't loyal. So fast forward to a couple months later, after that took place, and I make a video called People I Hate. This video was like a pet peeves video. It was me talking about like, oh, I hate when people at the airport do this and that. Like, it wasn't an actual People I Hate video. I don't know if the part where I say YouTubers who say welcome back, that bothers me. I didn't even know she said welcome. That's 90% of YouTube. I don't know what she thought was about her in that. But she took that video, thought I was talking about her, and ran with it. She contacted Richie and she asked him if he would be in a video with her exposing me. For what? God knows what, but exposing me nonetheless. She literally asked him to sit next to her and expose me. I lost my shit when Richie called me and told me that. Richie is not your pawn to fuck with me, Gabbie. Fast forward a couple weeks after that, we had VidCon, and I knew I might run into Gabbie, and I had to mentally prepare myself for that because I was completely pissed. I arrive at VidCon, I go into the lobby, and I talk to a mutual manager of ours. And she was talking to me about getting all settled in and stuff. And before I left, tells me, oh, by the way, Gabbie was just here. She was looking for you. I just played it off and I kept it pushing. And then a couple hours later, at a cocktail hour, I was told again by someone that you were looking for me. And I'm not gonna lie, I was fucking upset. I could not understand how you had the audacity to look for me so much when you knew that we were having an issue because you had just tried to recruit my ex-boyfriend to be in an exposed video about me. So you weren't looking for me to play patty cake. You were looking for me to either talk something out or start conflict. I don't know what. Fast forward even more, I think it might have been the next night. I went to a party and I was drunk. No excuse for this, but I was drunk. I encountered one of our mutual friends who told me that Gabbie was looking for me again. And I lost it. That's the only way to describe how angry I got. And I unblocked Gabbie's number and I texted her, if you keep looking for me, you're gonna find me and I'm gonna punch you in the face. That is the physical violence threat. I immediately knew that I shouldn't have sent that to her. So I went to my room, I fell asleep, and the next morning I left VidCon early because that's my responsibility to remove myself from a situation where I'm losing control.
I got this voice note from her screaming at me, threatening to fucking hit me and shit, dude. Like this, like violence, like dead ass threatening to punch me in the face. She
So I went to my room, I fell asleep, and the next morning I left VidCon early because that's my responsibility to remove myself from a situation where I'm losing control. You have been proven to not be honest, to not remember things how they went down. I just came from VidCon. I was supposed to upload a video on Saturday and I couldn't because, guys, I was so drunk. Not only was I drunk, I almost punched a bitch in the face. So you know, you just gotta take some time off when that shit happens.
You've punched someone in the mouth.
Unfortunately false.
True, I have punched someone in the mouth.
I was about to this weekend.
Which takes me to number 23. True or false? You literally hate someone.
Well, hate's a strong word. True! I don't like to hate people, it just takes too much energy, but some people are that much of fucking cunts. I honestly wish I would have had this at VidCon when I was gonna punch that bitch in the face. This would have come in handy. Dear bitch, you is a stupid bitch. I just came from VidCon. I was supposed to upload a video on Saturday and I couldn't because, guys, I was so drunk. Not only was I drunk, I almost punched a bitch in the face. So you know, you just gotta take some time off when that shit happens. I immediately knew that I shouldn't have sent that to her. So I went to my room, I fell asleep, and the next morning I left VidCon early because that's my responsibility to remove myself from a situation where I'm losing control. And I'm so glad that Jessi finally talked about this. I heard the story from Jessi that like, hey, Gabbie keeps alluding to this like threat of physical violence, and I'm not proud of it. And if I'm saying this, I've checked with Jessi to say that it's cool that I mentioned this. But Jessi did mention to me that she was embarrassed by what she said to Gabbie in that situation where she threatened her with physical violence. She was embarrassed by the fact that she said that. I immediately knew that I shouldn't have sent that to her. My videos about her and how I describe her. I just wanna put those two and two together, and I'll let you see. Here it is. This is how I introduced the situation about her. Punched a bitch in the face when I was gonna punch that bitch in the face. Stupid bitch! Fucking cunt! So a bit of a difference there. A bit of a difference in respect.
Bruh.
But that's not the end of it, because even after sending that text message, which I think most people would look at and say, oh, this person's obviously at their mental break, Gabbie decided that she was going to reach out to multiple people, but one of them being Alx James, and send him a series of text messages asking where I am, if I went home, and if he could relay a message. Why do you put up text and then say something completely different? And when she emailed me, she basically was like, I have no idea why you're upset with me. I thought everything was fine. Why did it get to this point? And I feel like I'm going insane. I'm like, Gabbie, you tried to recruit Richie for an exposed video about me. The person you tried to have sex with to spite me. Yeah, I'm fucking pissed. Stop. I'm like, Gabbie, you tried to recruit Richie. And when I point that out to Gabbie and I say, yeah, I'm fucking pissed. Stop looking for me. I don't want to talk to you. Go away.
Right before VidCon, she literally asked me to go get drinks and food. Literally, she was like, hey, I'm in California. We should try to like meet up and get drinks and food. I was like, totally, let's do it.
Never have I ever slept with a best friend's ex. No, but I had a best friend try to sleep with my ex. Boom. These hoes ain't loyal. I'm probably gonna get a lot of shit for this, but whatever. I just strongly dislike when YouTubers say, welcome back to my channel. As you guys know, like I just went through a very hard move, and also you guys know about that thing with my foot, so like it's pretty crazy. This is my first time here, bitch. How are you gonna make me feel left out, number one, by saying welcome back? No, welcome back nothing. First time here. And number two, I don't know shit about your move. I don't know shit about your nasty ass foot. Like, can you fucking fill a bitch in? I say hey guys because I mean it's like a general thing. It's like maybe you were here before, maybe you weren't. I get that everyone just has their fun little intro, but if you have that intro, I hate you. There were times when I would want to say something and I just felt like I couldn't. I felt like it would be too much drama. I felt like I would be bringing up too much if it was on my account. And so Jen would be like, just tweet on my account. I would do it, and I shit you not, ask Jen. 2 minutes later, it was deleted. It was like a diary. It was like a diary that I just needed to like word vomit, and then I would delete it.
If she doesn't directly talk about me, she makes sure to leave a very specific clue that it is about me.
Probably gonna get a lot of shit for this, but whatever. I just strongly dislike when YouTubers say, welcome back to my channel. As you guys know, like I just went through a very hard move, and
I posted my vlog about my move on May 30th, and just 5 days later, on June 4th, she uploaded this video, which brought me a lot of negative attention and hate, and of course, people assuming that it was me, especially with the welcome back intro comment.
I get that everyone just has their fun little little intro, but if you have that intro, I hate you. And when I point that out to Gabbie and I say, Gabbie, you tried to recruit Richie for an exposed video, she's like, well, it was just a preemptive measure. Gabbie has a history and a pattern. For the blackmail, what she's referring to, one night I get a bunch of tweets. Hey, I think Gabbie's new story time is about you. And the story time was about the time where she stole my man. And the man she's referring to is Richie. So seeing that story time and how nasty she spoke about me, and quite frankly, she lied in it because no, I'm not insane, Gabbie. The story ended with you trying to have sex with Richie. I was like, why are you going so hard on a topic where you're dead wrong for? But anyway, I texted her and we spoke about this on the phone call. I said something to the effect of, hey, what the fuck? If you keep this video up, I'm gonna have to defend myself like you're lying in this video. And that is what Gabbie Hanna deems as blackmail.
I'm gonna straight up say right now, I've never told you, Gabbie, I'm gonna expose you. You're gonna do this or I'm gonna expose you. I've never even said I'm gonna
You said if I didn't delete the video, the story time that I told my best friend's man, you told me
I did not. Okay.
You told me if I didn't delete the video that you were going to have to make a video defending yourself and show it like
How is that equal exposing you?
Because you said that you're going to show all these screenshots and tell all these stories when like I did a video in a direct response to a video that you made by literally the same title. Like you literally made a video called this and then I did one and I never texted you saying if you don't delete this video, I'm going to do this and this and this. That to me is a threat.
Okay, first of all, I'm sure that I did not say if you don't delete this video, I'm going to sit down and make a video defending myself. That's not how I speak. Blackmail, which is the action treated as a criminal offense of demanding payment or another benefit from someone in return for not revealing, compromising, or damaging information about them.
Her and Richie sat across from each other the entire night and shared wine, and it made me feel uncomfortable. Fast forward, me and Richie break up.
And the rest of the time that they dated, which wasn't long, but then they did, and then they didn't, and then they did, and then they didn't.
The story ended with you trying to have sex with Richie. And quite frankly, she lied in it because no, I'm not insane, Gabbie. The story ended with you trying to have sex with Richie. I was like, why are you going so hard on a topic where you're dead wrong for?
There were 10 people at this party. There were 2 ping pong tables and you played teams of 2. So there's 4 people per table, 8 people can play. That means 2 people have to wait their turn to play. So this friend quickly kind of teams us up. So she leaves
She leaves. She picked the teams. She organized it. Me and her boyfriend to stand back and watch them play. They were playing for so long. So basically, her boyfriend and I are standing on the sidelines watching them play for so long. He's holding a bottle of wine. I'm standing right here. And we're standing there pretty much in silence this entire time. He at one point goes, hey, you want a sip of the bottle of wine? He's holding a whole bottle, okay? I go, sure. Take the bottle of wine, take a swig, hand it back. They continue playing the rest of the night. Me and him stand awkwardly on the side the rest of the night, and then we go to sleep. The next day, I get a text message. When I say text message, I mean a novella. It's this long. It's one of those texts that you have to click open to read, and it's just spewing hatred at me because she can't believe that me, her best friend, whom she had invited into her home for a party with her closest friends and her boyfriend, could dare disrespect her in the most disgusting girl-on-girl crime that you could possibly commit of flirting with her boyfriend. And she looked over while she was playing ping pong, and she was absolutely sick to her stomach to look over from her ping pong table and see us sharing a beverage. But yeah, that was the first time I tried to steal my best friend's boyfriend. There were many other times.
That is what Gabbie Hanna deems as blackmail. I am not lying. That is what happened. I have never in my life said, hey Gabbie, if you don't take that video down, this is going to be really bad for you. You have 48 hours to take the video down, then sign a non-disclosure agreement about the situation with Richie and do whatever the hell else I come up with, or else I'm going to expose you. No, Gabbie, I never did that. That's you. And what you did is actually textbook blackmail. Notice how when I posted the tweets, I didn't even say blackmail. I called it an ultimatum because I'm careful with my fucking words, Gabbie.
I made one in direct response to something that she did. I was trying to send like a warning shot of like, I will do this back if you don't leave me the fuck alone. I did a video in a direct response to a video that you made by literally the same title. Like you literally made a video called this, and then I did one.
She emailed me and congratulated me on my pregnancy with my son in 2017. I responded and thanked her. I had her number blocked. That's why she messaged me, but I responded nicely anyway and said, I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. So seeing that story time and how nasty she spoke about me, because she wasn't just saying a story, she was being disgusting. How you say that shit when 4 months earlier you were like, you're so positive in life now, congratulations. It was disgusting to me.
4 months before that story time, you congratulated me on being pregnant. You posted it when I was 7 months pregnant and called me a psycho bitch and said I was neurotic and psychotic.
I guess her point of trying to show this is being like, you see, like Jessi's mad now and she has no right to be because we spoke months ago.
4 months later, without me and her having any direct contact, it's not like me and her were going at it and I expected retaliation. Like nothing happened. She says I tweeted something. At this point, I could have tweeted anything and she could have said it was about her. I really don't know.
You made your video about me, and then I waited and I didn't say anything, and then you tweeted about me again, and I finally made a video as a response where I'm like, you know what, Jessi at this point has already made 5 videos about me and has tweeted about me so many times. I'm gonna make my own video.
Okay, you're mistaking the timeline. Those are over a year apart.
What, my video and yours?
No. Well, I saw my friend's man, then a long time passed, then you congratulated me for being pregnant, and then 4 months later...
Because you tweeted again. I made one in direct response to something that she did. You made your video about me, and then I waited and I didn't say anything, and then you tweeted about me again, and I finally made a video as a response because you tweeted again. Do you think that's fair that you can talk about me and provoke me for 7 years and I never respond? And one time I DM'd one person who was accusing me, by the way, falsely of collabing with a rapist, literally said I'm collabing with a rapist. So I DM'd the one person who said she's collabing with a rapist, and I had a conversation with an adult human being. And then you made a video literally trying to ruin my career.
Okay, I absolutely was not trying to ruin your career.
What did you think it was gonna do? What did you think it was gonna do? And that's not counting the first time I ever had an interaction with Jessi Smiles, which was when she mobilized her fans in 2013 when she had well over 1 million followers and I had 10,000 and had just started Vine.
What she's talking about is very confusing. What actually happened is that she made a Vine where she said that she was coming for my crown or something. And I'm gonna be completely honest, it wasn't like a horrendous Vine where she was being awful to me, but I picked up a vibe, okay? I didn't like her energy. The way she delivered it, I don't know, she just gave me a bad feeling. So I blocked her. I don't remember if I commented on it, but I might have commented something like, this is cringe or something along those lines. I don't remember exactly, but the point is I blocked her.
There was this Kendrick Lamar, his song Control, and he like called out every major rapper. That was a huge trend. All the Viners were like calling each other out and rap battling each other, and it was just like fun.
Hey Marcus, I'm here. Yes, I, Nash Greer, too young to drink beer, but that's irrelevant. Like
7.7, man, you got there quick. But at least I'm not groping Cameron Dallas's. Ooh! Landon Moss, get lost with that whack ass status, man. You look like The Weeknd if he became a crack addict.
Half famous, that was cute, but you need to try harder. Last time I seen you was in the movie Pearl Harbor, nigga. Bye. Oh!
So Landon's rapping, at least that's what I heard. How you roasting when your mouth look just like Flappy Bird?
You fell off, and I'm sorry. I feel bad for you, sucker. The only Viner in this battle is the one who came up with surprise, motherfucker.
So I did one to Jessi where I was rap battling to her. She literally called me a pathetic wannabe. And I was like, wow, that was a little intense. And then she talked shit about it on Twitter, and like a bunch of her fans on Twitter came and like left me a bunch of hate comments.
What actually happened is that she made a Vine where she said that she was coming for my crown or something. And I'm gonna be completely honest, it wasn't like a horrendous Vine where she was being awful to me. Because I never mobilized my fans against her. I did not mobilize fans against her. I did not make a Vine and say, guys, what the fuck is up with this girl? But I did block her. And everybody's going over to my Instagram page on my son's birthday and being like, oh, you're such a horrible mother. I feel horrible for your children. I did not mobilize fans against her. I did not make a Vine and say, guys, what the fuck is up with this girl?
So now that Jessi had to drop the I chose my best friend's I'm a social climber story that she's been pushing since 2015.
What I find really interesting about this screenshot, and she puts it on the screen, that the tweets I'm talking about are not about Curtis. The tweets that she put on screen are about Richie.
From the first day you tweeted that I'm a backstabber and a social climber and decided to talk to your rapist over you, it's been like this nonstop perpetuation of this rumor. Oh, I have the tweets where you tweeted I'm a backstabbing friend, and then you tweeted that I'm a social climber.
I said Gabbie Hanna is a backstabbing friend. I said Gabbie Hanna is a backstabbing friend.
You responded to a tweet that said something about me, and then you tweeted publicly, you put a period in front of it so that everybody could see it. You said backstabbing people, I tell ya. And then at the same time, Jen, which you admitted, you also use that account, at the same time is tweeting that I'm a social climber and
You just said I called you a backstabbing friend.
it's on Twitter still to this day.
Okay, but you're gonna let me speak now. So you're saying that I said you were a backstabbing friend. What's your proof? Oh, you said backstabbing friends, I tell ya. Did I say Gabbie Hanna backstabbing friends, I tell ya?
You responded directly to a tweet about me saying, why is Gabbie doing this? And you said backstabbing people, I tell ya.
And then the tweets on the right are Jen Dent, my friend. Not me.
So, what she's referring to, this is such a convoluted story, but basically, that's true. There were times when I would want to say something and I just felt like I couldn't. I felt like it would be too much drama. I felt like I would be bringing up too much if it was on my account. And so Jen would be like, just tweet on my account. I would do it, and I shit you not, ask Jen. 2 minutes later, it was deleted. It was like a diary. It was like a diary that I just needed to like word vomit, and then I would delete it.
This is really frustrating because she's trying to paint the picture as if when Jen tweeted those things, it was really me. No tweet I have ever made on Jen's account, which I've already explained, super immature. I felt like I couldn't use my own voice to say certain things, mainly about Curtis. Not about Gabbie ever, I don't think. And she's trying to put this clip of me saying like, yes, I used to log into Jen's Twitter account and paint it as if these tweets are me. Gabbie, no. She literally told me that Jessi would log in and tweet from Jen's account so she could hide behind her. And now she's tweeting that Jessi was so scared of me she had to tweet from my account. So what she's referring to, this is such a convoluted story, but basically that's true. There were times when I would want to say something and I just felt like I couldn't. I felt like it would be too much drama. I felt like I would be bringing up too much if it was on my account. And so Jen would be like, just tweet on my account. I would do it, and I shit you not, ask Jen. 2 minutes later, it was deleted. It was like a diary. It was like a diary that I just needed to like word vomit, and then I would delete it. And now she's tweeting that Jessi was so scared of me she had to tweet from my account. Basically, that's true. Not about Gabbie ever, I don't think. I didn't know that she had FaceTimed Curtis Lepore until I had a phone call with her last summer.
The fact that I spoke to Curtis was absolutely not news to Jessi. The fact that he told me the story was absolutely not news to Jessi. I told her that in 2015. That's why she started the rumor that I chose my best friend's and that I was a social climber.
No, you didn't, Gabbie. No, you did not. How dare you tell me what you told me in 2015? I think I would fucking remember if my ex-best friend told me that she allowed the man that raped me to tell her about that night. I think I would have remembered that.
In February, March-ish 2015, Jessi and I had a falling out. In that time, I guess word travels fast, I got a FaceTime from an unknown number and I answered it and it was Curtis. So I'm pretty sure it was the very next day. Jessi reached out to me and she said that she was sorry and that she wanted to work on our friendship. And I told her, Curtis got my phone number from somebody. He called me. This is exactly what the conversation was. I told her everything that he said, everything I said. I needed the time and space to get better before approaching a conversation with my fucking abuser, dude. And then she continued to threaten me, telling me that if I didn't talk to her, that she was gonna have to make another fucking video about me.
If I'm your abuser, why did you paint us as being super civil and being able to have great conversations? Am I your abuser or am I someone that you have civil conversations with? Are you open to having a conversation with me or are you terrified about having a conversation with me because I'm your abuser? It can't be both, Gabbie.
The reason I felt like I had to keep it cool with you is because I was like afraid. Because I felt like every time I thought we were fine, like there'd be another tweet or there'd be like another story time or there would be like something. And I was just like, I'm afraid. And I feel like I need to keep the peace with this girl because like I feel like I haven't spoken to her in so long and like why did she make this video?
There's a reason I did not go to you privately, and that is because I don't believe that going to you privately would have done anything other than you telling me I was wrong, you convincing me I was wrong, and me shutting up once again. That's what would have happened if I privately messaged you.
On the call, I was like, Jessi, like, this isn't news. I've told you this in 2015. This was public knowledge. I wrote it in the notes app, apology. And the reason I said that is because I believed I did, because it happened. I would never say something on purpose that would be that easy to disprove, especially to somebody like her who's looking for a lie. I thought that I put that in the notes app apology because I thought I did.
The same way you thought you put that in the notes app apology, you thought you told me about the story. I never knew about it. You never included it in your apology. You just think you do things, and you didn't. You have been proven to not be honest, to not remember things how they went down.
Of this rumor. Oh, I have the tweets where you tweeted I'm a backstabbing friend, and then you tweeted that I'm a social climber.
I said Gabbie Hanna is a backstabbing friend. I said Gabbie Hanna is a backstabbing friend.
You responded to a tweet that said something about me, and then you tweeted publicly, you put a period in front of it so that everybody could see it. You said backstabbing people, I tell ya. So you're saying that I said you were a backstabbing friend. What's your proof? Oh, you said backstabbing friends, I tell ya. Did I say Gabbie Hanna backstabbing friends, I tell ya? You responded directly to a tweet about me saying, why is Gabbie doing this? And you said backstabbing people, I tell ya. Okay, first of all, I'm sure that I did not say, if you don't delete this video, I'm going to sit down and make a video defending myself. That's not how I speak. Because I don't even remember saying I'll shit all over someone's life.
And I could literally shit on their life. No, I could literally diarrhea on their life.
I fell asleep, and the next morning I left VidCon early. And I texted her, if you keep looking for me, you're gonna find me, and I'm gonna punch you in the face. I immediately knew that I shouldn't have sent that to her.
Not only was I drunk, I almost punched a bitch in the face. So, you know, you just gotta take some time off when that shit happened.
You've punched someone in the mouth.
Unfortunately false.
True, I have punched someone in the mouth.
I was about to this weekend. I honestly wish I would have had this at VidCon when I was gonna punch that bitch in the face. This would have come in handy.
You have been proven to not be honest, to not remember things how they went down.
Because she put out a very highly edited and manipulated portion of a private phone conversation used to make me look like I'm a fucking monster.
Give me one way in which I removed context or made you look like a monster in a scenario where your own words didn't already make you look like a monster. Gabbie talks about like, oh, Jessi drops atomic bombs on me. The atomic bombs I drop on you are your literal words. The words you speak and you write. If that is an atomic bomb on your life, you need to reconsider the way you treat people and the way you speak to people.
It kind of just made me realize all of the manipulation. It made me realize all the times I've apologized to her, all the times that she's made me stop being friends with friends. This person who constantly preaches about being a good person, about being so much better than she used to be. Like, all of that's bullshit. Your time of hiding in the shadows, of behind the scenes, using people like pawns to do what you want and get the result that you want, it's done. But Gabbie just jumps like straight into, okay, it's time to discredit Jessi. It's time to make Jessi look like a bad guy so that I can get this girl to realize that Jessi's a liar, that Jessi's crazy, and that I'm right. You've had crazy bitch moments, but I'm like, oh, put her in a psych ward. Just, I guess her point of trying to show this is being like, you see, like, Jessi's mad now and she has no right to be because we spoke months ago. She's trying to belittle the fact that I ever reached out to her to see if she ever had work that I need. In her eyes, I get where she's coming from because Gabbie thinks it's like, oh, hilarious. She wants a job for me and trying to ruin my career. Haha, peasant.
The entire community was still backing Curtis, including Jessi's best friend, Alx James, who was actually Jessi's friend at the time. That's why this entire thing holds no fucking weight. Alx James called Jessi when the article dropped, and Jessi told Alx her story personally to her friend. I'd never met her. And then after Alex's friend Jessi told him about her, he still chose to move in with Curtis. He still chose to collab with Curtis. He still actively associated himself as Curtis's friend. And I'm the fucking villain.
Gabbie knows why I'm still friends with Alx. She knows everything that's transpired. Now her story holds no weight because Alx is still my friend and he was friends with Curtis. Because Gabbie continues to need to bring things up to shield herself, to say, but not me, Alx. This is why I don't want you bringing shit up anymore, Gabbie. You continue to make me need to address things that you already know the answer to and that still don't make what you did any better. So you know what? let's just get into it. Number one, she describes Alx as my best friend. I love Alx. He was never my best friend, nor is he my best friend now. Him and I have never had that close of a relationship. We've had a very friendly relationship. I appreciate him as a friend. We have never been best friends. She says that because she wants to paint him in the same light where she was, where one would think I would expect the same things out of him that I expected from her. And that's simply not the truth.
5 of my best friends, Jessi Smiles.
Alx is someone I met from the internet. I get along with. He's very sweet. And we stay in each other's life and we keep up with each other. How are you? I'm good. How are you? That's it. Jen, one of my closest friends. Alx was friends with Curtis before everything happened. Alx was friends with me before everything happened.
And again, to me, Curtis, Jessi, Viners, they were just people on the internet at the time. Nash was really the only person that was one of my friends that was a Viner. I mean, again, at this time, her and I were not friends yet, but I knew who she was. I called Jessi and I was like, hey, Curtis is apparently on this tour here around Greensboro. And he called Nash asking if he could come over and make some videos. I was like, girl, I can leave. Like, do you want me to leave? Because I will get right in my car and go home. She was like, no. And I told her, I was like, well, if he tries to bring up anything, because mind you, at this point, the article had not come out yet. The article came out January 16th of 2014. So I met him before the article. I had a relationship online with him before the article, before all these allegations that are now no longer allegations. I was actually invited to go to the Benjamin Dash, which Jessi Smiles happened to also be invited to. And I reached out to her and I was like, hey, how far do you live from this Benjamin Dash? And she was like, not far. Like, you can come stay with me. We can make videos. And I was like, oh my God, like, this is awesome. And I told her, I was like, well, if he tries to bring up anything, because mind you, at this point, the article had not come out yet. The article came out January 16th of 2014. So I met him before the article. I had a relationship online with him before the article, before all these allegations that are now no longer allegations.
He was in a position where he felt he needed to be neutral. And to be completely clear, it's not a situation you stay neutral in. He knows that. Alx never publicly bashed me in the way Gabbie did. Gabbie very publicly called me a liar, fought with multiple people over it because she was so sure that I was a liar, said that girls cry rape in her neighborhood thousands of times. Alx did none of that.
I stayed neutral in a situation that I've learned over time I never should have stayed neutral in. his whole entire manipulation tactic, and to continue the story that, hey, clearly I didn't do what she's saying I did because one of her friends is still hanging out and collabing with me.
Every interaction Alx has had with Curtis, he has apologized to me for, and he was honest with me about in the time it was happening. Every interaction he had with Curtis Lepore, I knew about. Most of them he told me about before they happened, but at a certain time, I just accepted that they were friends.
Like, it was pointed out to me later by Jen, because I don't know if y'all know, but yes, Jen jumped down my throat.
One of the things that I believe you never do, even if you hate someone now, is hang out with their rapist and his friends. So I was hurt and I told Gabbie, Gabbie, this is fucked up. Like, I'm really hurt.
But the real reason why Alx is in my life today is because Alx knows what he did wrong. I don't even know how many times Alx has apologized to me, and not just apologized to me. Literally a few weeks ago, he was FaceTiming me and he had tears in his eyes. And he's like, I should have never fucking put you in that position. And I have to tell him, Alx, it's okay. It passed. You grew from it. You learned from it.
I mean, again, at this time, her and I were not friends yet. The article was not released until May 21st of 2014. My Airbnb was ready the next day. Honey, I packed my things up and said, all right, I'm gonna head out.
But that man, he knows what he did wrong, and he's owned up to it publicly, and he's owned up to it, more importantly, privately to me, and has shown me that he gives a fuck about me and that he feels horrendous for the position he put me in and how he hurt me.
No, he absolutely did not. He lied literally every step of the way of that video. A fan actually sent me a video that he made breaking down and debunking all of Alex's lies, where he supposedly owned up to all of his shit publicly and privately.
My Airbnb was ready the next day. Honey, I packed my things up and said, all right, I'm gonna head out.
So that this portion doesn't get super long, because that in of itself is a whole other thing, link down below to see all the ways in which Alx James did not, in fact, own up to fucking anything.
I mean, again, at this time, her and I were not friends yet, but I knew who she was. Her and I were not friends yet. Her and I were not friends yet.
Alx was friends with Curtis before everything happened. Alx was friends with me before everything happened.
This is my friend Alx James. Do you like it?
I do. Don't fucking call me that again, but I like it.
Okay. He was my friend from many moons ago from Vine.
Yeah, well, we've always been friends though.
Well, not before Vine. Since I started the internet, I feel like we were friends.
Yeah.
Then 2 years later, he reaches out to me to apologize. We talked about a few things. And again, let me just point this out. Curtis, at this point, has yet to publicly deny what he had done to Jessi.
If I do some heinous shit and I hurt someone and I apologize to them and they say it's okay, and then 5 years later, 6 years later, however many years later, I say, I never did that. What are you talking about? That is called taking back your apology. Your apology no longer exists. That apology was retracted the second you started denying you ever did anything that needed an apology in the first place. For you to use him as a scapegoat to lessen the heat off of yourself for things that you're still doing, stop talking about my rape, to stop talking about my trauma.
And I was like, was she asleep when you did that? He burst out in tears even more and said yes.
Every time you bring it up or you address it, you lie and you say a different story. Oh, I never defended him. Oh, but I did, but I forgot about that. Or I never interacted with him. Oh, actually I did. I went to dinner with him, but that I didn't remember that. That is enough.
And now this guy, Curtis, is here in Charlotte. Apparently, the reason why he was in Charlotte is because he was doing some tour. Curtis is apparently on this tour here around Greensboro. So he hit up Nash and was like, look, I'm in Charlotte, and before I go back to LA, like, do you want to Vine? Nash asked me, and I was just like, I mean, oh, whatever. I called Jessi and I was like, hey, Curtis is apparently on this tour here around Greensboro. And he called Nash asking if he could come over and make some videos. I was like, girl, I can leave. Like, do you want me to leave? Because I will get right in my car and go home. So he ended up leaving, and him and I actually ended up keeping in contact over that Christmas break. He hit me up one day and asked me if I was gonna move to LA. So he actually asked me at Nash's if I had plans to go to LA. I had been at his apartment at this point for almost 2 weeks. I stayed with him for 8 days. Now in this timeline, we're like at the end of January, the beginning of February. I may be wrong, but I believe Jessi had first made a statement, this is what happened to me, and I believe she said who it was that had done it to her, which was Curtis. Somebody called TMZ and leaked the story. TMZ then contacted Jessi asking her to make a comment on it, and she begged them not to run that story, and they ran it anyways. The article was not released until May 21st of 2014. The article came out January 16th of 2014. I mean, again, at this time, her and I were not friends yet, but I knew who she was, and I told him then, Curtis, you know that Jessi is one of my friends. My Airbnb was ready the next day, honey. I packed my things up and said, all right, I'm gonna head out. On January 20th, I fly out to LA. I stay with Curtis January 20th to January 28th. So I end up staying in that Airbnb from like mid-February to mid-March. I booked my Airbnb for February 1st to February 28th. Now in this timeline, we're like at the end of January, the beginning of February. Jessi had first made a statement, this is what happened to me, and I believe she said who it was that had done it to her, which was Curtis. So we're sitting there and I'm just like, I mean, do you want to talk about what happened that night? And I was like, was she asleep when you did that? He burst out in tears even more and said yes. I told y'all that Curtis told me what he did to Jessi the night of the 28th. And again, this wasn't even the time he told me what he actually did. We're gonna get to that. That was a few months later in the timeline. The reason I said that was because I asked Jessi if she wanted me to tell the internet what was actually told to me the night that I left his house and went ahead and went to my Airbnb. And Jessi said, but for me, it would really mean a lot if the details of that night wouldn't be spoken about anymore. And I said, I promise you it will not be mentioned. Was she asleep when you did that? And again, this was before you told me that she was asleep, might I point out. Let me just say, I clearly don't remember every single thing from 8, 10 plus years ago.
I don't even know how many times Alx has apologized to me, and not just apologized to me. Literally a few weeks ago, he was FaceTiming me and he had tears in his eyes. And he's like, I should have never fucking put you in that position.
So the TMZ story about Jessi and Curtis broke around end of 2013, beginning of 2014. Now, what we're seeing is a lot of tweets between Curtis and Alx past that point. And Alx is pretending like Gabbie is the bad person in the situation when the story was way past broken, like way past in the public for him to make an excuse about this. So for example, there's a tweet from 2014 and it's the 24th of January. At Curtis Lepore, Peggy Sue, I'm hungry bitch, let's go get some dinners. They're clearly hanging out and clearly friendly.
He got sentenced April 23rd, 2014. Again, he was sentenced April 23rd, 2014. He was convicted April 23rd, 2014. Like I said, I do not want to be involved in this. Like, when is your court date? Like, that's what I want to see. If you don't know what a DA is, that was his district attorney. Okay, he had called his DA. I said, look, I don't know Curtis. I don't know Jessi. He seems like a nice guy, but I don't really know how I can help. What did you think I would even be a help for? Like, I won't there. So, you like I was the lamppost in the back and could testify for you. So what big help would I even have been anyway? So just like I told your DA, I don't know Jessi. I don't know Curtis. Curtis seems like a cool dude. And again, this was before you told me that she was asleep, might I point out.
And also, like, Alx James, like, we don't even need to fucking get into that, but like him throwing that chaos and fuel on the fire, like that, you know what I mean? Like that whole situation too of like, okay, why is this happening to me? And Alx James is like a part of this, knowing that he fully like gave a thing to the DA against you and for Curtis, and that he actually lived with and collaborated with Curtis. Like, it was just the most like ass backwards thing I'd ever experienced.
She says that it has been proven in court that you asked to be awakened with sex.
I saw that a few times that she said that, and I actually talked to the DA the other day, and I was like, listen, this is what his girlfriend's saying. Is there something I don't know about it being proven in court, blah, blah, whatever? And I asked her about it, and she goes, absolutely not. She goes, Curtis's friend was interviewed, and that friend said that he said that you asked to be woken up that way, and that was never admissible in court. That was never used as evidence. That was never used as anything. It was just something that one of his friends said that he said.
Is just disgusting. And this is the type of shit I'm talking about when I say, stop talking about this. Stop talking about this if all you're gonna do is deflect and lie and put shit onto other people and then force me to explain it when this shouldn't need to be explained.
And I have to tell him, Alx, it's okay. It passed. You grew from it. You learned from it. But that man, he knows what he did wrong. What she's doing on this platform is dangerous, and there's no other word to say it. What she has done and what she's continuously being allowed to do is dangerous, and she is a dangerous person to have a platform. I think she is a danger on this platform. Unless you're just going to address it to admit the truth without trying to deflect and actually own up to the part that you've had doing the things that you've done, but lying about them. Unless you're gonna do that, stop talking about anything that has to do with me and Curtis Lepore. You know what people who had my back did? Avoided him like the fucking plague. Not because I asked them to, just because that's what people do with rapists.
And Jessi said, I obviously know that you have to clear up the Curtis timeline because of Gabbie, but for me, it would really mean a lot if the details of that night wouldn't be spoken about anymore. And I said, I promise you it will not be mentioned. So the reason why I am making this video, Curtis decided to, after almost 6 years later, publicly make a statement. And in that statement that he decided to release, he not only lied about what he had done, he tried to defraud the entire situation. I obviously know that you have to clear up the Curtis timeline because of Gabbie.
He told me almost the exact same story that Jessi told me. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that consent was implied, especially because they were broken up. You can still rape somebody if you're in a relationship, by the way, but if they were together and that she had previously told him something and there was a misunderstanding, I think that would probably be a different story, but you don't know that your ex wants to have sex with you in the first place.
First of all, you're going off of what he told you. For you to say that if he had been my boyfriend at the time, if we hadn't been broken up, then maybe it would be a different story. Are you seriously implying that if he had been my boyfriend, me having a head injury and telling him I feel sick and then waking up with him having sex with me, unprotected sex with me, that would have been fine? Do you understand how fucking awful you are for saying that? When she's talking about, oh, there was a discrepancy, she's talking about his story. She sympathizes and believes his story after she was my best friend. What level of fucked up do you have to be to do that?
He told me almost the exact same story that Jessi told me. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that consent was implied, especially because they were broken up. You can still rape somebody if you're in a relationship, by the way, but if they were together and that she had previously told him something and there was a misunderstanding, I think that would probably be a different story, but you don't know that your ex wants to have sex with you in the first place. but you don't know that your ex wants to have sex with you in the first place. Like, if you're broken up and you haven't seen each other and there was no conversation about sex, you should not assume that consent is implied. It's rape, which is what I told Curtis on the phone call. He told me the story, and then I told him, for what it's worth, you guys pretty much have the same story. Like, she's not going around telling lies. She's going around saying what happened. You just see the story differently. You have different opinions on the story. Even if you were confused that she was asleep and thus could not consent and thus it was rape. It is rape, no matter how you feel about it, no matter if you meant to hurt her, it's rape. No matter what, she was asleep and she could not consent, and that is rape. Again, if you think I'm evil for listening to somebody and for wanting to hear both sides of a situation before I condemned and judged somebody for eternity, whatever.
This note is really misleading because yes, she was not friends with me when the TMZ article came out, but when she says, and I was not friends with Jessi when I got the FaceTime call, she means that she was not friends with me anymore. So she's saying it as like, we were never friends during this period. No. We weren't friends when the TMZ article came out. We had already been best friends when you had that FaceTime call with Curtis.
We were not friends when the article came out, and then we met and I apologized for some tweets, and then we became friends, and then we were not friends when I spoke to Curtis. So I don't remember exactly the timeline where this is, but shortly after we had that conversation, Jessi was talking about it on Twitter, and he hit me up and he was like, hey, do you see what Jessi's saying? Can you go on Twitter and say something? And I was like, no, dude, like, I already told you I'm not gonna fucking do that. And he was like, okay, but you know the stories she's been telling about you. You know how manipulative she is. You know how vindictive she is. How can you not defend me? And I said, because I fucking told you I wouldn't. And then when I wouldn't defend him, he said, well, how would you feel if I leaked a video from our phone call where you said that you believed me and Jessi's a liar or something? And I don't have it. But I remember the gist of it was basically he clipped together pieces of the conversation where if I were to say something like, I believe you when you say that you didn't mean to hurt Jessi, but that doesn't mean that she wasn't hurt, he clipped it to be like, I believe you.
You believe Curtis when he said he didn't mean to hurt me, Gabbie? How does someone do what he did and harass me for fucking years after that and not mean to hurt me? And you're saying that he clipped together your words so that it said, I believe you? Gabbie, come on.
The gist of it was basically he clipped together pieces of the conversation where if I were to say something like, I believe you when you say that you didn't mean to hurt Jessi, but that doesn't mean that she wasn't hurt, he clipped it to be like, I believe you, pretty much. It was in the greater context of a larger conversation. But Jessi, I also have to, if somebody brings this up in an interview, I have to be able to say, like, this didn't happen or this didn't happen. I will stop bringing you up and I will sign an addended contract that says that I can't bring you up or I can't disparage you or I can't do something.
She was refusing to sign one because she said she had to talk about the situation in interviews. If we both sign NDAs, I'll do it and we'll never speak about each other on the internet again.
I also have to, if somebody brings this up in an interview.
No.
And then after that, I think I only saw him like 2 or 3 times. One was at an event in Hollywood. That's where he was like, hey, Gabbie Show, can I get a pic? And took those pictures. And then afterwards, the same night, everybody from the event went to the diner across the street. And then he was taking pictures of Zayn and I, like implying that he was there with us.
I'm so exhausted. So now it wasn't just a picture that you took with someone who you didn't even know was taking the picture. And then as soon as you realized it was Curtis, you asked him to delete it. The story is that you guys all went to dinner afterwards and he sat across from you in a booth.
And then afterwards, the same night, everybody from the event went to the diner across the street. And then he was taking pictures of Zayn and I, like implying that he was there with us, which all of it was clearly a manipulation to try to attach himself to me in that way.
Nobody can make you look bad by showing something that you're doing unless the thing that you're doing is bad.
Dude, I've been living in constant fear that a lie that I don't even know I'm telling is gonna catch up with me because I don't fucking remember it. Because I do impulsive shit and then I forget about it. I have memory issues, dude.
What you're basically saying is that you're so impulsive and you've done so much shit to hurt people over the years that you can't even keep track of it. And quite frankly, that's something you need to get help for. I'm not like shaming your mental health at all. I'm just saying that is a scary situation. And it means that you've treated a lot of people in ways that you can't even keep track of at this point because it's been so many, because you're so impulsive. That's not an excuse. Stop hurting people and you don't have to keep track of anything.
The thing that's so fucking tough for me is I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And that's how I've been feeling like since 2015, but like specifically the last 2 years since she started this shit. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like every fucking day feels like I'm walking in a fucking landmine and like I just don't want to fucking step on anything.
You have put yourself in these situations. When I see a human being vulnerable and crying, I empathize with them. I understand they're hurting. Gabbie, do you have any empathy for me at all as a human being? I mean, I know the answer to that. Or when I read that you were never friends with Curtis, it pissed me off, Gabbie, because you're still lying. You've had dinner with him. You've been to parties with him. How becoming friends with the man who raped me after you were my best friend, how becoming friends with a rapist, period, is a direct action of me not leaving you alone. Nothing in this world, Gabbie, would have made me be friends with a rapist. So for you to say everything I've done is a direct action, please describe what action I've done that made you surround yourself and be in multiple scenarios and almost collaborate with Curtis Lepore. You completely opened yourself up to a relationship with someone who hurt me like Curtis hurt me. Don't paint yourself as if you were a good friend. Everything you ever did and said during our friendship is null and void when you did what you did with Curtis Lepore. You were friends with the man who raped me and lied about it.
Well, you're making it sound like I'm friends with him when I've told you the story from the start.
She says on screen that if I said I asked Curtis what his story was, it would open up questions of if the story matched and if it didn't, how I handled his lie. I thought he was the one that asked you to tell you about that night.
He said, do you mind if I tell you the story of that night? And I said, I mean, yeah, that's fine. Like, I've heard her side. You can tell me yours.
Nothing that Gabbie says about her interactions with Curtis are honest.
After he apologized, he said, can I tell you my story? And I said, yes, I'll listen.
Earlier you said that you asked him, and again, now you're going back to he asked you. What really happened, Gabbie?
I was literally like, yeah, tell me.
Someone who got a little carried away, she reached out to Curtis to ask him what the blackmail was. I know Gabbie's not being honest with me. I know Curtis is not honest. Something in my gut just wanted to know, I guess. And I'm gonna put the messages up on the screen right now. Curtis says that Gabbie reached out to him and told him that she was sorry for what I put him through. He asked her to defend him publicly, which she also admits. And she said no. I don't know who to believe, but I know both of them are fucked up.
If you ask me to collab, I'm not gonna tell you to fuck off because you blackmailed me.
Curtis Lepore is a liar. Curtis Lepore is a fucking liar. I know Curtis is not honest. Not only did you blackmail me, what you're doing in this series is fulfilling that threat. You plotted a fucking series to follow through with your blackmail from last summer.
I don't go into all the nitty-gritty in the series. There's a lot of stories I know that she's fucking terrified of me telling, and I'm not gonna tell them because I only respond. So if she wants to tell her one-sided version of a story that she's been telling this whole time anyway, fine, then I'll tell my side too. Was it a toxic friendship? Abso-fucking-lutely. That's why it lasted for a few months when I was in my early 20s. However, the details of that toxic friendship don't fucking matter and shouldn't be anybody's business. And that's what's so frustrating sitting where I'm sitting. We got over it. She forgave me to the point where she was asking to be on my fucking payroll. And I forgave her for all of the horrible shit that she did to me that I don't talk about online because it's nobody's fucking business. She's just obsessed with hurting me. And she has. A lot. Yes, in the past, but that was all forgiven. And I don't go back and think about it very often. And it's not my style to share those types of stories.
I was bullied off of Vine, the only platform I knew, and I left in silence because that's what I wanted to do, and I wanted to do it with dignity. And I left because I was sick and tired of hearing Curtis's name and being told that he should have killed me and that I'm too ugly to rape or that he didn't rape me. I was sick and tired of that, and so I left that app. But everyone loved me, right? Or so it seemed. It was amazing. I was like, I am amazing. Everything is amazing. Oh my God, this is gonna be perfect. And then one day they didn't all love me anymore. And I'm not trying to make this a sad story. It's just the truth. And I started getting the, you're not funny anymore. You're not interesting anymore. You're falling off. You're old news. You're this, you're that. And I believed them. Why? Because I believed them when they told me they loved me. So why wouldn't I believe them when they told me something bad about me? And it got to me and I was hurt. It was hard. It was very, very hard. It was hard to see all the people that loved me so much just forget about me. Another thing that hurt me a lot was the Viners themselves. Did I have a lot of negative experiences or what I thought were negative experiences at that time? Yes, I did. People hurt me. I had multiple friends that when they passed me in followers, that's it. They felt like they could be rude to me. They felt like they could look down on me. They felt like they could talk to me a certain way. And I wasn't comfortable with that. I was back and forth with that for a long time, and it translated in my mind at that time to like, oh, I just hate Vine and I hate Viners. All of that put together, the friends, you know, me feeling like, oh my God, these people love me one second and they hate me the next. Just all of it left me to just, I don't want to be on Vine anymore. I stopped liking Vine years ago. Unfortunately, I haven't liked Vine since I hit 1 million followers. Right after I started gaining popularity and followers on the app started becoming less fun. And that was for multiple reasons. That was because I felt pressure, because people were constantly just wanting to be entertained, and I never signed up to be an entertainer. Imagine you're just sitting in your car on your way to work at a laser hair removal spa. But you're on your way to work every day and you're bored and there's so much traffic in Miami in the mornings, and you just Vine in your car. And then one day you just wake up with 10,000 followers, and then the next day you wake up with 20,000 followers, and then in a month you have 1 million. It's
weird. But imagine all of that happening to you and then all of a sudden you have millions of people that you have to entertain. I didn't like doing it anymore and it became this forced thing. So I stopped Vining anyways. Let me get into why I think Vine failed, because Vine was so massive. And I think that the reason it shut down is really, really simple. Teenagers started getting on the app. And I don't want to sound like a bitter 23-year-old, but I was a teenager myself when I started on the app. I was 19 years old. And the thing is that they started allowing teenagers to rule the app. People like Nash Greer, Cameron Dallas, the Mag Convoys, they became famous on the app, which brought a lot of teenagers to the app, which then made people that were older that were on the app that used to be big, it made them cater to these teenagers, which just, I mean, it just made for content that wasn't funny. To me, that's what killed Vine for me. I don't know if you guys who used to watch Vine feel the same way, but the content just really took a toll.
For you to say that this series is you leaving YouTube because you've basically been bullied off of YouTube, do you not think I could have been on Vine every day of my life and say, Curtis Lepore confessed to raping me? You guys that are leaving hate comments, you don't even know because he confessed in a phone call. Gabbie, why the fuck would I spend time trying to convince people who think I'm a horrible person over something I know happened? Why would I spend a breath on those people? For what? I don't deserve to have to be addressing this topic anymore. I left you alone for a year. I don't want to deal with you anymore. I promise my followers, this is my last video to Gabbie Hanna. I don't want anything to do with this person anymore. Whatever she says, anything, I don't even give a fuck what she brings up from my past.
I mean, you said it in your Twitter today, and Lily called you out.
This Lily Marston girl who seems like a cockroach who always pops up when Gabbie Hanna drama is going on.
And I'm Jessi Smiles, and you may also know me from my channel that I sometimes post on twice a year, or maybe from Vine. Unfortunately, that was a part of my life. Or maybe you also saw me on Clever. Or maybe it was from... Never mind. Yes, moving on. Seeing as we've both been on the internet for like a decade now, a lot of them we may know personally.
That is true and potentially problematic, but we also might not know them at all.
And if you're thinking, why should I care about what you think about internet drama? You guys are irrelevant anyway. I mean, you have a point. But in regards to the internet drama, some might say we both have a unique perspective.
Oh wait, that's Gabbie Hanna. Oh, I guess that's recent. Let's just. Oh, that's also okay. Hold on. Oh, that's more Gabbie. Still some more Gabbie. Wait a minute. Okay, so there's Jessi's retweet. Again, there's an. Oh, we're retweeting every single video to the timeline. Oh, wait, we're still going. Oh, look, someone's really excited. Something's about to happen. We're teasing it. What could it be? Oh, wait. Oh, is it receipts? Are we dropping some receipts? Oh, shit. Oh, you haven't slept? You've been working on this all night, you fucking bitch. Oh, my God. Oh, look, an appropriate time to reshare this Gabbie Hanna video. Your whole fucking timeline is about Gabbie Hanna, and it's been so for fucking days.
In regards to the internet drama, some might say we both have a unique perspective.
I have no idea to what you are referring.
I spend all of my time taking care of my children and engaging in internet drama from afar. I don't like my own personal internet drama. Many of you guys already know that, okay? It's traumatizing. I want nothing to do with it. But when it comes to other people's drama, I'm all up in that shit.
I feel like not that many people might know how much I'm watching the drama channels, and I don't even, I would actually, that's a lie. I was going to say I don't even know when it started, but I know exactly when it started. It was about June of 2020.
That's a oddly specific time.
I can't imagine why.
It happened like that for me too. Like I wasn't watching drama channels before that point. Until I was a part of it.
If you guys watched the teaser that we put out for this podcast,
good job, Lily. She made it herself.
Thank you. Lost a little sleep over it, but you know, it's done. But in there, even we kind of delve into basically anyone could talk about internet drama, but we do feel like we might offer a unique kind of perspective because, I mean, I have never necessarily been the subject of any drama.
I mean, as much as I've been in it, Lily, you've been in it. Like, if we're being honest, like, I feel like the things that I've gone through, Lily has also secondhand gone through because she's been so in it with me. And it's given us some PTSD, honestly.
A little bit.
Literally. Yeah.
But also a collective bond over just internet culture in general, I think.
100%. And it's made, I don't know, it gives you, once you've been in such a bizarre situation where so many people are like weighing in on things, it really does give you a different perspective because you're looking at it from the other side. It is so easy to just sit in an audience or a virtual audience and just like have the collective opinion, which a lot of times I do kind of have the same opinion as everyone.
I was gonna say, this isn't gonna be like a shit talking a bunch of people, but at the same time, it's not gonna, but I was gonna say at the same time, it's not gonna be us like saying that they didn't do anything wrong, but I think that we're able to look at it maybe from a more objective point of view, knowing what goes into these kind of looking back. Yes, all of the stuff with you when it was coming out on drama channels, that got me interested, and it's very weird to be in a world where, you know, like, where just so many people care about something, but then you're like, oh my god, like it's just hard to process. It's all feels very surreal.
And when you're going through it, it's very surreal as well. Like literally the concept of millions of people trying to interpret something happening to you is such a mind-blowing concept that there are no words that can explain it until you're in it. So like we said, we have that perspective because me and Lily are like one. Me, Lily, and Megan are one. Whenever I'm going through something, literally we're one. Like
so. And I think that is another thing with internet drama in general, is that it's always very complex and convoluted. Like, it's not an easy thing to understand. It's not like, oh, this happened, I can explain it in one sentence. Like, if I was to explain your drama, it literally, like, a Cliff Notes version still takes 30 minutes. Because it's like, you have to give background, then you have to do this, and you have to explain so much context. So
for sure,
even if someone, like, there are very few people, I think, that would bother spending their time and energy really diving in to understand your full story, especially because it spans so many years and involves so much stuff. So
I would agree with you.
A lot of people.
But no, because I really do not obviously want to get into my drama at all, but just to reference super quick, when that 3-hour phone call came out, the amount of people that sat through the entire thing.
Oh, no, not like that. But like, to understand even just the general like fight that was going on.
Yeah.
That was where so much of the miscommunication and back and forth of people not getting it was coming from.
Right.
And that's when I was probably the only person, because Jessi's not going to go on and like be responding to all these people. But to know literally like, it wasn't like she left a few things out or didn't want to tell. Like, I literally knew everything that was going on. So then to witness it all and then see people with these horrible takes just because they didn't know the full context.
Yeah, people would think too that you were just jumping in because you were my friend. I'm like, you have no idea. Lily has read every text, every email, everything. Like, everything that I went through, Lily went through it
vicariously. So people didn't get that, and people also didn't know that, like, every time Lily would get into it with someone on Twitter, she was like texting me like, I'm fucking ranting, I'm blah, 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 and she'll send me screenshots, and I'm like, like,
because
it was
also,
just awful.
Like, you know, I'm not a confrontational person. I'm not like gonna go out of my way to be talking to a bunch of, and I want to assume most of them were probably children,
right?
And try to like explain things on the internet. It's not usually worth it.
Yeah.
But the fact that like everything to me, like anything they would say, I'd be like, no, that's wrong, because I could fact check
Right.
anything, because I was like, no, I know that's not true. I have a screenshot. I know that's not true. She said this 2 days ago. And
yeah, so that experience not only like bonded us very heavily, and Megan as well. Megan was like the lawyer of the group. She provided a lot of legal expertise and a lot of things, but it just gave us that perspective. Catherine is like, you guys, it's just everybody's against the Ace family, and I don't know why. It's like, yes, you fucking do. You just like,
I've heard that before.
I know. Stop trying to paint yourself as someone who does no wrong and gets called out for nothing, and you're just being attacked and you're just being hurt.
I don't know why they would be filming them kicking him out, aside to make probably another documentary where they're going to be like, oh, the haters. Because that's the whole thing, is they're acting like drama channels and commentary channels are like trying to cancel them for never doing anything wrong. But like other people we know, it's people calling them out rightfully for things that they did do wrong, and they just are choosing not to take any accountability for it and pretend like everyone hates them for no reason.
Stop trying to paint yourself as someone who does no wrong and gets called out for nothing, and you're just being attacked and you're just being hurt.
How many times have you and I been involved in a project that involved you not sleeping?
Do you want to really get specific on that?
No specifics. Just wondering. Literally every time Lily's helping me or we're doing something together, it just involves her. Just, it's always horrible for you. I don't know why.
Oh, you haven't slept? You've been working on this all night, you fucking bitch? Oh my god!
I don't want anything to do with this person anymore.
There is no actual ending for Jessi. She moves the goalposts, she changed the story, she made up a completely separate set of rules for me to live by that I don't know until I break them. And she literally will not stop until she takes everything from me. She's very good at playing the victim when she is and always has been the aggressor.